Chapter 19. But the light aura on his fist was clearly visible, although the white light aura was weak, but it was definitely the light aura of a fist. Fundamental Tang. Amari did not instigate true power, but the power of the blade was as heavy as Mount Tai, causing people to feel that it was unavoidable. Amari was born with godly strength. The gigantic wooden blade was made from the hardwood of the mountain. It was like a door plank weighing over 200 kilograms. The moment the fist was released, the fist disappeared. The gigantic wooden blade drew a jet black blade shadow. With a heavy whimpering sound of the wind, it slashed towards Tang Tian. And what Tang Tian needed to do was to train again and again, cycle after cycle of bitter training. A faint white light aura wrapped around Tang Tian's fist. Tang Tian felt that his luck was extremely good. A few days ago, the principal suddenly gave a death order. If the school was unable to obtain a good result in the Star Wind Martial Meet, 2 consecutive years of holidays would be cancelled. This order was given to all the students and teachers. Flash Fist is a rank 2 martial technique. Amari's gaze suddenly congealed. All his state of mind was shattered. He stared blankly at Tang Tian's fist. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, bellowed, twisted his waist, and threw out a punch. Before he finished speaking, he had already fled without a trace. It's the 3 rascals from that day. A close friend who was familiar with the situation said softly, "Do you still remember the 3 country bumpkins from that day? When I saw the 3 of them in our school, I felt that something was wrong. I did not expect that they would actually cause such a big problem." Amari did not understand. Fundamental Tang's physique was also outstanding, but he was definitely unable to receive that chop. Even he himself was unable to receive that chop with his bare hands. "Wait a minute. You are talking about the 3 country bumpkins." Fu De was startled. He had seen the 3 of them that day, but he did not link the 2 together. Unknowingly, Tang Tian had a misconception that Amari was even more focused and hardworking than before. In fact, Amari had been very hardworking in the past, but now looking at Amari's back, Tang Tian couldn't help but have this thought. That's true. Fu Da's mouth gaped open in shock. Tang Tian laughed heartily and swaggered away. Fist aura. Fu Da immediately felt a wave of anger rise. This bunch of trash students, it's fine if they don't have a clear mind, but they even came to harm us. No, I can't just let this go. Hearing Amari's passionate challenge, Tang Tian suddenly retracted his fist, revealed a harmless smile, and waved his hand. "Aha, housefly cow, I'm just saying hello. Now that the greetings are over, oh, I still have something to do. You can play by yourself." Cultivating to a profound level, with a thought the crane's body would transform, all the true power in his body would surge, and in an instant it would explode, turning the softness into the toughness, destroying everything in its path. Fu De nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mad Bull Amari is transferring schools. But what did they have to do with the headmaster? How did you offend the headmaster? Dang! Tang Tian's fist suddenly drilled out from the air. The crane-style Chi manual was a perfect match with the Southern Cross hardship tablet. Not only could it train in martial techniques, it could also increase the true power by leaps and bounds. In this world, there are just so many people who overestimate themselves. His best friend shrugged his shoulders and said with a face full of misfortune, "Their brains are fried, we're just lying down and getting stabbed." Fu De sneered. "They want to compete with us, Crystal Sky, in the Star Wind Martial Meet? This bunch of toads don't even look at themselves in the mirror. Just based on them, do they have the qualifications? What a joke. I want to let them know that reality is not as funny as they think it is. That's right, find a few people. Damn it, I must vent this anger." At this moment, Amari had no more doubts in his heart. The light aura from Tang Tian's fist was the fist aura. Tang Tian laughed out loud, jumped up from the floor, and rushed out of the room. He could not wait to find Amari to test his skills. "I am not sure about the exact situation, But I heard that the headmaster and the old man quarreled in the headmaster's office, and then this happened. His best friend continued to expose. After the shock, Amari's heart surged with a strong will to fight. Fundamental Tang, I will not lose to you. His body that was like a mountain suddenly turned, firmly rooted to the ground, and the huge wooden blade in his hand was slightly raised. Such a heavy chop, the power was terrifying. According to the understanding of the spirit card, the crane body was just the beginning of the crane-style Qi manual, and was far from the end. Tang Tian's crane body could only be considered as an embryonic form, and he needed to continuously activate more small meridians so that the crane body could be strengthened. After strengthening the crane body, the shape of the crane would become more vivid, and its power would be even stronger. Fu De was in trouble today. Was Fundamental Tang's brain damaged? Shun Yuan, a third-year student, ranked 9th in Crystal Sky Academy. Amari awoke from his stupor and regained his senses. It's true, his best friend said with a bitter face. Crystal Sky Academy was immediately in chaos. Amari's spirit was roused. The last time Tang Tian used the flash fist technique to suppress him, he had always been brooding over it. Although the last time Tang Tian was in a berserk state, and his power increased exponentially, but Amari felt that it was not an excuse for him to be suppressed. The headmaster's prestige in Crystal Sky Academy was unparalleled, and no one would doubt the headmaster's orders. As long as one stayed in Crystal Sky Academy, they would know that the headmaster's words were never empty. But out of Amari's expectations, Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, did not have any intention of dodging. The gloomy sound of the wind disappeared, and the blade that was as heavy as a mountain became more agile. Regardless of which angle Tang Tian's flash fist technique came from, it would collide with the chop. This bull's power was too abnormal. Flash fist, what do you want to do? His best friend suddenly became spirited. The sound of metal colliding. Amari felt a strong force coming from his hands. His palms became hot, and he almost could not hold the huge wooden blade. Fundamental Tang, you asshole. Fundamental Tang, you actually managed to cultivate a fist aura. Haha, I can finally let go and fight with you. Come, Fundamental Tang, try my earth-splitting chop. That old man is the headmaster of Caramel Academy. The other two, one is Amari, the other is Tang Tian, you should know them. Recently there has been a huge commotion. Why is the headmaster so crazy, making everyone unable to live? Fu De could not help but complain. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, suddenly punched out. All the classes, no one was spared. The number of students who were punished every day could fill the entire corridor. Tang Tian was filled with anticipation for the future. He did not know what it would be like to train the crane body to its peak. Amari laughed out loud. The huge wooden blade faced Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, and suddenly chopped. But at this time, the huge wooden blade and the fist that was enveloped by the white fist aura clashed together. It was a real fist aura. Amari could clearly feel his own improvement. This chop was as light as a feather, calm and unhurried. The strength exerted was obviously a qualitative leap compared to the past. He was not boasting. What kind of school was Crystal Sky? Star Wind City's #1 school. Caramel Academy was third from the bottom. The two could not be compared at all. If not for the matter of the transfer, Fu De would not have even heard of the name of this school. Amari's blade, the force was heavy. Although Tang Tian's fist was enveloped by the fist aura, he still retreated a few steps, his arm feeling sore. Tang Tian shook his head, throwing the nonsensical thoughts to the back of his head. With a thought, true power poured into his legs. His entire body was like a cannonball, rushing towards Amari, who was training. Fist aura. That's not possible. Fu Da's face was full of disbelief, as if he had heard a funny joke. Caramel Academy is such a broken school. What's there to argue about? Don't tell me he wants to compete with us in the Star Wind Martial Meet. His brain must be fried. What could be simpler than this? Amari was sweating profusely in the training grounds. his hands holding onto a huge wooden blade that was almost the same size as him, shouting continuously, but old Fartway was still nowhere to be seen. Oh, it should be an illusion. Yang Yong, second-year student, Crystal Sky Academy, rank 22. After a while, an angry roar suddenly exploded out from the forest. Amari's mind was clear. The power of his blade became even more perfect, the jet-black shadow of the blade, as if it was one with his iron body. Impossible. The first thought that popped up in Amari's mind was this word. How could the flash fist produce fist aura? How is that possible? Amari was dumbstruck, looking at Tang Tian's back disappearing in front of his eyes. His fighting spirit was like a punch on cotton. He almost spat out blood. Amari had long sensed Tang Tian's approach, the huge wooden blade in his hands. Suddenly flipped, his huge body spinning. It was indescribably agile. Very quickly, Fu Da's suggestion quickly gained the support of many students. At the thought of their hellish days, everyone was enraged. Hey, we don't need to go to Star Wind Martial Meet. We can find a few people and teach them a lesson. Don't they want to participate in Star Wind Martial Meet? Then we will beat them until they cannot participate. Fu Da's eyes became colder, his face full of ridicule. They think that just one mad bull Amari that can overturn the heavens? Beast Academy does not even dare to challenge our Crystal Sky Academy. Just one Amari, and they dare to be so arrogant? Cripple them. All the teachers were like clockwork, squatting down day and night, increasing the number of classes, all kinds of special training, day and night battle drills. Fundamental Tang. Let me see how much you have improved recently. Housefly cow. Take this. Not sure if it was because of the crane body. Tang Tian did not feel tired at all after this round of bitter training. Tang Tian's flash fist technique had been trained to perfection. He could use any method to execute the flash fist technique as he wished. After meditating for an hour, his fatigue was swept away. After cultivating the crane body, the recovery speed of his true power had increased by quite a bit. Let me see how much your flash fist technique has improved. All the students of Crystal Sky Academy immediately felt bitter, not to mention skipping classes, even being late, under the current high-pressure situation, would result in severe punishment. In the past, they only needed to spend some money to bribe the teachers, and their days were free and unfettered. But now this method was completely useless. The teachers were like wolves with red eyes, merciless. The two of them disappeared. But in order to not attract the attention of the teachers and be punished, they finally picked the two strongest students, and the rest helped to cover for them. Don't tell me you want to. His best friend's eyes lit up. Fu did not expect that there would be so many people responding. Chapter 20. Xin Yuan and Yang Yong were overjoyed. The two of them looked at each other with excitement. Xin Yuan and Yang Yong were both proud and arrogant people. To lose so much face, it was worse than killing them. He had been restraining himself because he knew that he was too weak. Zhou Peng had learned his lesson, and the number of bodyguards by his side had increased by a few times. Xin Iron Palm was Shen Yuan's nickname. Xin Yuan was most famous for his pair of iron palms. Xin Yuan mainly trained in metal attribute palm techniques. His palms were tempered to be as hard as steel, and were difficult to be injured by blades. People who were familiar with him would often call him Shen Iron Palm. Yang Yong, who was struck dumb by the first heavy punch, did not even have the strength to retaliate. He was like a sandbag he could only endure, and was unable to retaliate. Tang Tian decided, before going to Heaven's Road, he would settle this matter. Walking out of Andrew City, Tang Tian's mood returned to normal. Star Wind City was only so big. There would always be a time when they would bump into each other. Furthermore, as long as he became strong enough, not to mention Zhou Peng, even the Zhou family would not be a problem. Fundamental Tang Tian's physique was already terrifying, and his techniques were impeccable. No one knew better than Amari how heavy Tang Tian's fists were. The two of them did not hold back. Their speed was extremely fast, and they quickly left Star Wind City, following the dirt road outside the city. they continued forward. Yang Yang's light body technique left a deep impression on Tang Tian. Although Tang Tian was overflowing with confidence, he was not stupid. His current flash fist technique was not bad, but his other martial techniques, especially light body technique, were still at the basic level. Amari glanced over, his eyes filled with sympathy. The two of them had never heard of the school before, and asked a few people along the way, but no one knew who it was. The young man shook his head. "It's outside the city, it's very far, I can't say for sure." But Tang Tian had also proven the power of his flash fist technique, and he was filled with confidence towards the future. Becoming stronger himself was the most important thing. Tyrant Tang was like a fierce beast entering the village, causing the martial arts grounds to be in chaos, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, causing many students to escape in panic. Tang Tian stood up and left without hesitation. He happened to see a young man who looked like a student in front of him. He hurriedly went forward and asked, "Student, do you know Caramel Academy?" The boy's face was a little pale from fear, and he looked terrified. You're from Heaven Crystal?" That would definitely be the biggest joke of the year for Crystal Sky Academy. Tang Tian frowned as he listened to Zhou Peng's stuttering story. Zhou Peng hadn't been to Andy Academy ever since he had transferred. He quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Shen Yuan. Only fist arts of rank 6, and above, possessed the ability to attack from afar. Only a ghost would know about that broken place. If it wasn't for the commotion this time, I wouldn't have even heard of the name Caramel Academy. After thinking for a long time, Tang Tian still couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Zhou Peng was lucky this time. On the other hand, the student he was carrying fainted from the shock. "Shin Iron Palm," Amari said in a low voice. He recognized Shen Yuan, and his eyes immediately lit up with fighting spirit. But no one in Caramel Academy knew about it. Tang Tian was stunned when he heard that. "Looking for trouble with us? Do you know where Caramel Academy is?" But before that, there was still something he had to do. Housefly cow. Xin Yuan and Yang Yong rushed out of the school gate aggressively. They were determined to cripple Tang Tian and Amari, who knew that when they came out, they would find themselves in a daze. As a result, Tang Tian had to spend a lot of effort to catch one student. "Zhou Peng, come, let's have a good fight. Let me witness the legendary Shin Iron Palm that can destroy anything." Amari didn't care why Xin Yuan and the rest came over. As long as there was a fight to fight, his passion would explode. Yang Yong relied on his light body technique to gain the upper hand. Old Fartway once said something that Tang Tian remembered clearly. Without a good light body technique, he would not be able to close the distance between him and his opponent. He had no chance of winning. The other party stopped in his tracks. He frowned and thought about it. "Oh, you're talking about the Caramel Academy that Mad Bull Amari transferred to? I seem to have some impression of it." Yang Yang's face darkened. He said in disdain, "Brat, don't be so shameless. Let me tell you, today you have to go, even if you don't want to. This young master is from Crystal Sky. Do you want to try?" Once he made up his mind, Tang Tian did not think too much. He hummed a tune and prepared to return to school. Just at this time, he suddenly heard a discussion behind him. Yang Yong and Xin Yuan looked at each other. They were overjoyed. They finally found the right place. The young man trembled as he stretched out his finger. That side, Yang Yong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Caramel Academy is a broken school that no one even knows of. They actually dare to challenge us, Crystal Sky. That principal of theirs is a lunatic. If it was in front of us, I would have chopped him up. Tang Tian, who had just tied up Yang Yong, did not have the slightest interest in the upcoming fight. He looked at Yang Yong, who was tied up on the ground. His two hands started to search Yang Yong's body. He had suffered so many punches. Even he did not dare imagine it. What a pitiful fellow. Just at this time, Xin Yuan's face suddenly froze. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. He was overwhelmed with shock. Damn it. Then, how do we find trouble with them? If a man could not even take revenge, then what was the point of living? Where was Caramel Academy? Bang! The sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by the scolding of many teachers could be heard from afar. Yang Yong, who had suffered countless punches, finally could not take it any more and fainted. "Ha, you flatter me." Tang Tian did not even raise his head. It was unknown where he found a rope. Baring his teeth, he used all his strength to tie Yang Yong up. The two of them stood on the street in a daze. In that moment, they did not know what to do. If they were to return with their tails between their legs, it would be too embarrassing. They would definitely be laughed at by everyone. Everyone had risked being punished to cover for the two of them. In the end, because they could not find the other party school, they could only return to school. The young man shook his head like a rattle drum. "No, I still have to go to class. I don't have time." Although he had only clashed with Amari once, Tang Tian was extremely confident in his flash fist. Although Amari did not use any true power, but that slash could be said to be the pinnacle of his work. Shan Yuan immediately said, "I wonder if this student can point us in a direction." Voila! A bull-like man carrying a gigantic wooden sword that was about the same size as him rushed out from the dense forest. When Amari saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Zhou Peng did not come to Andrew Academy. Tyrant Tang had only transferred schools for a short period of time. When he appeared again, it caused a commotion and panic. After rushing for about an hour, Yang Yong suspected that the young man was lying to them. Just at that moment, a small wooden sign appeared in front of the two of them. On it were the words, Caramel Academy. Tang Tian waved his fists, which landed on Yang Yong's body like a torrential storm. He did not even raise his head and said to Amari, "We can only ask someone." Shen Yuan also did not have any good ideas. "We still cannot touch that old man. I heard that the principal even specially came out to welcome him. I reckon that the two of them are friends. Let's just teach Amari and Tang Tian a lesson. Caramel Academy only has these two students. It would be best if they do not participate in the martial meet." Shen Yuan was mature and steady. He arrived at Andrew Academy with ease. It was currently class time, and there were not many people outside the school. Tang Tian looked around, then flipped over and entered the room. Tang Tian's face was gloomy. Teacher Tsin was implicated and was fired. Tang Tian was determined in his heart to take revenge. He was not a person who repaid evil with good, but now he was confident in his own strength. The time for revenge had arrived. "Then can you bring us along?" Shen Yuan squeezed out a warm smile. Shen Yuan was ranked 9th in Crystal Sky Academy, while Amari was ranked 7th in Beast Academy. But Crystal Sky Academy was ranked 1st, while Beast Academy was ranked 3rd. Hence, Shen Yuan's ranking was higher than Amari's. Shen Yuan was initially stunned by Tang Tian's sudden attack, but now his face did not show any signs of change. He shook his head and sighed. "I never thought that I would fail miserably today. Tang Tian, good acting." Yang Yong fiercely said, "Which direction?" "Invincible. That's an exaggeration. But to take care of you, it's enough." Shen Yuan's expression was stern, his palms turning as black as steel. There was nothing more exciting than spoils of war. Not being able to participate in the tournament is easy. It will take 100 days to recover, but we have to find them first. And we have to be quick. It won't be so easy next time." Yang Yong said helplessly. Shen Yuan looked up at Yang Yong and said, "We don't have much time." No matter how stupid Tang Tian was, he knew that Zhou Peng did not come to school because he was afraid of him. There must be some other reason. Yang Yong's light body technique was outstanding. Although he was carrying a person, his steps were light and agile. Compared to him, Shen Yuan's light body technique was slightly inferior, but it could be seen that Shen Yuan's true power was vigorous. Although his steps were not exquisite, but with one step he was able to cover a distance of more than 10 meters. His chi was even more stable. This punch was extremely powerful. Yang Yong felt a sharp pain in his chin. His entire head buzzed and went blank. Yang Yong did not understand the situation. His chin was hit hard. The two of them turned and flew towards the direction pointed by the young man. "Be careful!" A loud, guttural shout broke the silence of the forest. With his strength at that time, it was like using an egg to smash a rock. Tang Tian's hands were still numb. His strength was vigorous, and it was evident. Tang Tian did not use true power, but the speed of his flash fist technique was very fast. And Tang Tian's flash fist technique was trained to a perfect state. His attack frequency was astonishing. His fists rained down like rain. "Haha, Fundamental Tang, you're finally back. Housefly Cow, I found you a good opponent." "Oh, Crystal Sky Academy, an expert. Oh, right, they are here to find trouble with us. The great mission of protecting the Caramel Academy will be handed over to you." Hearing that, without saying a word, Yang Yong extended his arms and grabbed the young man's collar. Activating his light body technique, his speed increased. Shan Yuan also moved at the same time and followed closely. Chapter 21. Raising the gigantic wooden blade with both hands, like a heavy axe he slashed downwards. Iron palm killing technique. Crushing iron door. Amari. Shin Yuan was indeed known as the Iron Palm. His palm techniques looked ordinary, but every palm was vigorous and strong. Amari was born with godly strength. The gigantic wooden blade in his hands was abnormally heavy. Using true power to activate it in terms of power and weight, Tang Tian admitted that he was inferior. However, the saber aura, which was like the weight of Mount Tai, was always firmly blocked by this pair of black iron palms. Tang Tian saw that Amari's blade was in disorder and immediately became anxious. If Amari lost, the spoils of war that he had just obtained would fly away, and Shin Yuan would definitely not let them go. Clenching his teeth, Tang Tian's legs suddenly exerted strength, and he rushed out like a cheetah. Tang Tian, who had just cultivated the crane body, had a huge blow to his pride. Old Fart Wei's words suddenly appeared in Amari's mind. Amari was stunned. Tang Tian was stunned. The Shan Yuan in front of him actually gave him a feeling that he could not block him. Amari's blade started to become messy. Shen Yuan's iron palm was simple and unadorned, but its power was astonishing. Every time a palm was released, it would envelop an area of a few meters. Tang Tian's cheek was unknowingly cut, and a stream of fresh blood slowly seeped down. Tang Tian did not feel anything. His eyes suddenly squinted, and an undetectable killing intent flashed past. Amari struggled to hold on. Shan Yuan's iron palm seemed to be everywhere, and no matter how he changed his blade, it was useless. The usually ferocious earth-splitting chop did not have the usual awe-inspiring aura. The true power in Amari's body surged, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to emit an endless amount of power. Bending his waist, he held the blade with both hands, and the blade was raised. Shin Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he released another palm. When he saw Fundamental Tang jumping into the fray, Amari bit his lips tightly. "Today I will let you understand how laughable your thoughts are." He looked at Shan Yuan's gaze and immediately became passionate. But very quickly, Tang Tian calmed down. Shin Yuan's display of power was extremely shocking. Earth-splitting chop killing technique. Fine abyss chop! The wind wall broke, and countless air currents as sharp as broken glass flew in all directions. Chi! Tang Tian's clothes were sliced open, and fresh blood flowed out from the small wounds. The true power in Shin Yuan's entire body surged. His footsteps looked slow, but they were extremely heavy, every step leaving a clear footprint on the ground. Just like that, he approached aimlessly step by step. His palms glowed with a deep black light, and the wind from his palms was low and deep. Tang Tian did not seem to notice, because Shen Yuan sent another palm over. From the corner of Shen Yuan's eyes, he saw Tang Tian rushing over, and his heart shivered. But when Tang Tian used the flash fist, a disdainful smile surfaced on his face. Tian, you of Tang Tang, you of you. In reality, Crystal Sky Academy students were extremely wealthy. Tang Tian was like a small fly, dropped into a swamp, and could not even flap his wings. His flash fist had not even gotten close to Shen Yuan when his body was struck by the strong wind from the pair of unremarkable iron palms. You are a coward. With fundamental Tang strength, entering the battlefield was no different from seeking death. Killing technique against killing technique. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. This was the theoretical highest, but no one had ever achieved it. Until now, Star Wind City's highest record was Wang Zhen's 83%. Tang Tian's heart was filled with gratitude. Such a good person. Amari did not know why the anger in his chest was extinguished, but the image of a young lad raising his arms and shouting appeared in his mind. Tang Tian did not notice Amari's change, but he was the first to notice Shen Yuan's distraction. His flash fist became faster, and the wind wall broke again. A few streams of blood spurted out. Tang Tian's eyes widened, and like an agile beast, he quietly took a step forward. Amari's true power was not weak either. Third-level true power at his age, it was not easy. Tang Tian's true power was even weaker. He had just stepped into the third level. Although he had cultivated the crane body, and the explosive power of his true power allowed him to have the strength of a third-level true power, but in other aspects he was still lacking compared to a third-level true power. A wall of wind visible to the naked eye, like an iron gate, rumbled as it smashed forward. Chance! So powerful! If he did not have to take care of Amari, Tang Tian would not even have a chance to struggle. But even if he had to take care of Amari, he did not think that Tang Tian would be a threat. Continuous flash fists consumed a lot of energy. Bastard! Personally entering the circle of battle, Tang Tian experienced Shen Yuan's iron palm completely differently. Shen Yuan's seemingly ordinary palm pushed out horizontally, and the whistling wind from the palm was like a solid wall of wind, smashing forward. The 100% flash fists in front of the iron palm were as weak as paper. Shen Yuan was usually low-key. In Crystal Sky, where geniuses were everywhere, he did not reveal himself. His strength had always been underestimated, but he did not mind. This time, if not for someone begging him, he would not have stood up. It was Tang Tian's first time seeing Amari being suppressed by someone. The young lad's shout seemed to resonate in his mind. Shen Yuan did not look as old as him, but his true power had already been cultivated to such a terrifying level. Fundamental Tang, Amari looked at Tang Tian's sweaty back. His body was covered in blood, but he stubbornly moved forward, step by step. Ever since Tang Tian jumped into the circle of battle, he actually did not retreat half a step. He struggled to move forward and actually overtook him. In the blink of an eye, the two were in imminent danger. Where's your dream? Where's the oath you swore? There's no way to dodge. Flash fists. Wah-woo, young lad, go, go, go. Let's see how long you can last. Tang Tian's flash fists landed on the wind wall like raindrops and produced a concentrated explosion. The air in front of him was filled with transparent ripples. You don't even have the courage to struggle. Amari, you coward. Shen Yuan's eyes flashed a look of surprise. Tang Tian's attainments in the flash fist surprised him. Up until now, Tang Tian had not failed a single punch. That also meant that Tang Tian's flash fists had a 100% success rate. Tang Tian did not retreat, but advanced instead. He did not care about his stamina, and the flash fists rained down. But every step he paid a huge price. Every time the wind wall broke, his body would have a few more wounds. In his eyes, a rank 2 martial skill was practically useless. Shen Yuan did not seem to care about Amari's blade power. Palm after palm, Amari's blade power was unable to break through his palm power. The first to sense that something was wrong was Shin Yuan. The aura that Amari was emitting had a palpitating aura. However, this trace of surprise disappeared in Shin Yuan's heart. Crystal Sky Academy did not lack geniuses. He had seen all kinds of geniuses. The flash fists was just a rank 2 martial technique. To the lower year students, it might be able to attract their interest. But to the higher year students, only rank 3 martial techniques were meaningful. Rank 4 martial techniques were high-end. It was as if there was a voice echoing in his heart. How can you be so useless? How can you be so cowardly? I have underestimated him previously. Shin Yuan's eyes lit up. The true power in his body surged to the maximum. His hair stood on end. His palms became slower and heavier. It was as if the air had become sticky. Ah, you lack Tang Tian's ferocity. The moment his aura reached its peak, Amari's solemn voice brought with it a power that could shake one's soul. This was... His fists disappeared in the air at an alarming rate, and reappeared at an alarming rate. His beast-like body was like an ancient gladiator, brimming with an indescribable sense of beauty. His gaze subconsciously landed on fundamental Tang. 2 light body technique cards could be said to solve Tang Tian's urgent need. Tang Tian was currently lacking light body technique cards. He did not expect someone to deliver it to him. Tang Tian immediately felt that the unconscious Yang Yong on the ground was much more pleasing to the eye. Unknowingly, Amari's gaze became calmer and more determined. His left hand, at the same time, reached out to the huge wooden blade hilt in his right hand. The third level Amari was completely suppressed by Shin Yuan. With his pitiful true power, he was afraid that he would be swept to the side by the palm wind. Such vigorous true power! It was the flash fist again. His expression was solemn and his gaze was firm. A wave of awe-inspiring might, like a gust of wind, spread out from Amari's body. The flash fist collapsed on its own. Tang Tian saw the crux of the matter. Shin Yuan's attainments in the iron palm were indeed astonishing. But what truly forced Amari to such a state was Shin Yuan's vigorous true power. Tang Tian did not feel anything. His eyes stared straight at Shin Yuan. With all his might, he slowly moved forward. The air walls along the way were like white paper being sliced by a sharp blade. Amari did not know why, but his heart was filled with anger. That's right, anger. Anger at himself for being so weak. Anger at himself for being so weak. Anger at himself for being so weak. Anger at himself for having a trace of fear. With just this bit of ability, he wants to challenge Crystal Sky. Iron Clay Finger was a gold attribute finger technique. Tang Tian could not train in it, but gold attribute finger techniques were popular. Tang Tian could use it to exchange for a spirit card that he could use. Among the experts of Crystal Sky, Shin Yuan was not eye-catching. He was usually rather low profile. Amari never thought that Shin Yuan's power would be so strong. You are a man who is determined to create your own martial Tao. If Shin Yuan did not train in a special mental cultivation technique, then he would be at the 4th level of true power. An unfathomably deep black crack followed along the ground. Like a snake, it shot toward Shin Yuan like lightning. When he was watching from the sidelines, Tang Tian received a huge impact. But once he entered the ring of battle, Tang Tian threw all the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. He widened his eyes, glaring angrily, and continuously waved his fists. He had 3 light attribute spirit cards, and all of them were silver grade cards. Rank 2 light body technique, aerial wooden stake. Rank 3 light body technique, 8 steps overtaking cicada, and rank 3 finger technique, iron clay finger. Other than his back, the other parts of his body were filled with wounds. Sweat and fresh blood quickly soaked through his clothes. Shin Yuan's face changed. In a moment of desperation, he circulated his true power to the maximum. Squatting in a horse stance, he placed his palms together and slowly pushed them out. It was as though he was pushing an extremely heavy metal door. All the muscles in his body swelled, and his clothes were about to burst. How could this be? Anger flowed like lava, and his entire body trembled slightly. Crystal Sky Academy was indeed a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What a disgrace! The Tang Tian in front of him was actually able to unleash 100% Flash Fist. Flash Fist. Fundamental Tang. Chapter 22. Do you know what they are thinking? Xinyuan said without batting an eyelid. He said, if we can't appease their anger, they will strip us naked and hang us at the entrance of Crystal Sky Academy. Tang Tian beamed. Woo-woo, I was wrong about you. You are a good lad. Bang. So powerful. Amari was in awe. There were not many people who could say so much. All kinds of martial techniques belonged to different systems. To be able to be so familiar with so many martial techniques, it showed that Xinyuan was immersed in martial arts. Tang Tian's feet landed on the ground. Fundamental Tang, didn't he admit defeat? Amari's weak voice came from behind, but his face pretended to be indifferent. Close quarters combat expert, have you heard of him? Yang Yong did not know why, but his heart suddenly turned cold. We are all martial artists, so let's use the spirit cards. Tang Tian put on an act and coughed lightly, but you have to think it through. With your status and position, what kind of spirit card would not be a disgrace to your status? Oh, of course, the most important thing is the anger in my heart. Before he fainted, his last thought, didn't he admit defeat? How could he be so vicious? Xinyuan quivered, flipped his palm, and wanted to block Tang Tian's fist. Spirit cards are not a problem. Even the martial techniques I helped him choose are the most reasonable. Xinyuan sneered. Close quarters combat expert. Xinyuan's eyes suddenly stared straight. He stared at Tang Tian's face, not saying a word. Tang Tian was stared at until he thought something was growing on his face. Xinyuan groaned. He felt a pain in his shoulder. The true power in his body dissipated, and his entire body flew out like a sandbag. Xinyuan's mouth was wide open, his face lifeless. Tang Tian, on the other hand, had a pained expression. That's even worse. Crystal Sky Academy students. When did they fall to the point where they can't even afford to pay for their spoils of war? This is an insult to the noble Crystal Sky. Until a hand reached out to his body and started to strip his clothes. Xinyuan finally reacted and hurriedly said, Wait a minute. I am willing to redeem myself. I will redeem myself. Bang! When Tang Tian saw Xinyuan's expression, he gritted his teeth and secretly rejoiced in his heart. A fat sheep. But the kind-hearted Amari wanted to say something, but hesitated. Xinyuan was right. Even if they were to defeat Amari and Tang Tian again, with their status, victory was a matter of course and defeat was a disgrace. Any defeat was a disgrace. The flash fist that was enveloped in fist aura disappeared in the air. Almost at the same time, it appeared in front of Xinyuan's eyes. Tang Tian put on a fierce face and glared at him. Vicious? A man must be ruthless. No one noticed that, in the chaotic airflow, a figure was moving against the flow. The more Yang Yong listened, the more confused he became. Fundamental Tang, he's really from Sky Crystal. I know him. Amari advised from the side. Xinyuan secretly cursed. Yang Yong's face turned snow white. When the scene that Xinyuan had described appeared in his mind, his entire body trembled, and he could not help but shout angrily, How could they be so vicious? Tang Tian took the 3 cards and left with Amari in high spirits. These 3 spirit cards, please accept them. Xinyuan solemnly presented the 3 cards. Yang Yong, who was at the side, had a face full of hatred. My heart is burning with anger. Young lad, how do you plan to pacify the anger in my heart? Tang Tian squatted down. With a black face, he asked condescendingly. The true power clashed violently. Countless of tiny airflows, suddenly swept out in all directions. Xin Yuan's eyes blurred. Without any warning, a figure appeared in front of him. His pupils constricted. Tang Tian. A few tiny airflows cut a few wounds on Tang Tian's cheeks, but Tang Tian did not seem to feel it. Xin Yuan opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Tang Tian's movements were even faster. He flew out at the same time as Xin Yuan. In midair, his fists once again flew out like lightning. Amari quietly shifted to the side. His face was full of sympathy. Xin Yuan, Crystal Sky's famous Iron Man, was tormented by fundamental Tang to such a pitiful state. So pitiful. Xin Yuan felt a sharp pain on his face. His mind went blank. It was as though he was nailed to the ground by a heavy hammer. His face turned cold. Xin Yuan slowly woke up. What entered his eyes were two faces. Amari's face was full of sympathy and pity. Tang Tian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had an unkind look on his face. Shen Yuan shook his head. You don't understand the occupation of a close-quarters combat expert. This occupation is an extremely complicated and difficult occupation. Without astonishing talent, it is impossible to walk down this path. These few martial techniques have completely different characteristics. In theory, it is a perfect match. If one can master it, there is no way out. Only the truly talented and strong martial artists can train in the close-quarters combat expert. The reason for that was because they only needed a very short period of time to be able to master each martial skill. With Tang Tian's talent and with 5 completely different martial techniques, he will only be more mediocre. Amari was flabbergasted. He stammered, Fundamental Tang, this is too vicious. I admit defeat. Oh, these 2 light body technique cards are not a problem. The 5 elements are evenly distributed. Iron Clay Finger can be exchanged for Eagle Claw. The 2 cards are of equal value. The rank 3 Eagle Claw. As power is not bad. As for palm techniques, I have Broken Shadow Palm. This palm technique is very particular about variations. It is very suitable for close quarters combat. Your Flash Fist is not bad, but its power is slightly weaker. As for rank 3, you can train Minute Collapsing Fist. I have a rank 3 consecutive loop technique. So professional. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Yang Yong did not speak anymore. He suddenly felt lucky. That's right. A few spirit cards were nothing. I have decided to strip the 2 of them and hang them at the entrance of Crystal Sky Academy to vent the anger in my heart. Tang Tian said gloomily. Yang Yong could not help but say, Old Shin, why did you really give them the cards? If we make a move now, we can definitely turn defeat into victory. This combination is very comprehensive. Aerial Wooden Stake emphasizes on footwork. 8 Steps Overtaking Cicada is known for its speed. Eagle Claw uses speed to fight slow. 10 Fingers like hooks. Broken Shadow Palm uses fake to confuse the enemy. The Minute Collapsing Fist's power was like a collapsing thunder, a hammer that determined the outcome. Consecutive loop technique is extremely powerful in close quarters combat. The entire body's knees and elbows are all weapons to destroy the enemy. Tang Tian flew into a rage. You still want to lie to me? Which Crystal Sky student would be as poor as you? You don't even have a single coin on you. Xin Yuan patted Yang Yang's shoulder and comforted him. A few cards are nothing. Spend money to avoid disaster. Tang Tian saw that Shen Yuan was even more agitated than him. His heart felt a little weak. He took out the 3 cards that he took from Yang Yong. Here, these 3 cards. But I plan to change Iron Clay Finger. My 5 elements are evenly distributed. I can't train it. Xin Yuan said indifferently, and then? Can we just kill them? This kind of failure, as long as we fail even once, we will never be able to wash away the shame. Xin Yuan's gaze met Tang Tian's calm eyes. His heart could not help but tremble. What a terrifying opponent. Bang. Don't tell me there's something wrong with these spirit cards? Yang Yong asked curiously. Luckily, he and Fundamental Tang were on the same side. A Maori's fine abyss chop and Xin Yuan's crushing iron door clashed. Xin Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. Although his true power had not recovered, he still used his right palm to seal Tang Tian's position. Sounds like a close quarters combat expert is very powerful. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. Seems like old Fartway did not lie to me. But no one will do that. For example, I specialize in the iron palm. If I were to train in fist arts, I would definitely train in the iron fist, which has some similarities with the iron palm. Like this, my training time can be greatly reduced. If I were to learn a fist art that is completely different from the iron palm, the training time would definitely increase. But what if I increase it to 5 martial techniques? That would require a lot more time. Shen Yuan was really panicking. When he thought of himself being stripped, naked, and hung at the entrance of Crystal Sky Academy, he could not help but shiver. Xin Yuan's house. Tang Tian's breathing finally stabilized. He stood up straight and revealed a bright smile. If I let him admit defeat, how can I plunder the spoils of war? Only those with spoils of war can be called the victor. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he saw Tang Tian's fist. What do you want? Shen Yuan pretended to be calm, but his trembling voice revealed the fear in his heart. I'm not pretending. Shen Yuan, who was still not fully awake, replied subconsciously. Unfortunately, Tang Tian did not give him any time to react. The second fist drilled in through the opening and fiercely struck Xin Yuan's shoulder. Xin Yuan was slightly agitated. If you are a close quarters combat expert, the most basic framework is 5 martial techniques: light body arts, finger arts, palm arts, fist arts, and joint techniques. What cards do you have? In that moment, Amari's heart was filled with joy. Xin Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. So this rascal did not manage to find any spoils of war from his body. Shen Yuan usually trained hard and maintained a frugal and low-profile style. Naturally, he would not bring anything with him. You actually want to walk the path of a close-quarters combat expert. Shen Yuan's tone had a tinge of respect. I did not lose unjustly. Xin Yuan, who lost his balance, watched as Tang Tian's fist whistled through the air like a shooting star. Seeing that it was about to hit his face, he closed his eyes. Yang Yong was speechless. No, but quickly help me find a rope. Tang Tian immediately said. Yang Yong did not understand. Then why is he in such a miserable state? The fist was enveloped in a layer of faint white aura. Xin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Fist aura. The 2 people who bore the brunt of the attack felt the blood in their bodies churning, and their bodies uncontrollably retreated. Who exactly are you? How dare you impersonate a Crystal Sky student? Tang Tian bellowed. Also, if he really trained in these spirit cards, Xin Yuan laughed sinisterly. Then he will be in deep trouble. Xin Yuan squinted his eyes and said indifferently, luckily he only knew Flash Fist. How could Flash Fist use Fist Aura? His panting sounded like bellows, and his entire body was drenched. The fist and palm intersected. Shen Yuan felt a sharp pain in his palm. A sharp, true power from Tang Tian's fist drilled into his palm. Xin Yuan's defense immediately collapsed. Spirit cards. Shen Yuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was a martial fanatic. He did not have much else, but he had collected quite a few spirit cards. What spirit card do you want? I never thought that you would actually have the courage to challenge the difficult path of a close-quarters combat expert. This is truly admirable. Shen Yuan's face was full of admiration, and solemnly said, Broken Shadow Palm, Minute Collapsing Fist, and Minute Collapsing Fist. I happen to have all 3 spirit cards. I'll give them to you. Don't worry, they are all silver cards. Chapter 23. Tang Tian and Amari nodded tactfully. Stonehead was too oppressive. This incident, all the students involved will be severely punished. The principal was expressionless. From today onwards, until the Star Wind Marshal meet, if there are any students who play truant, they will be expelled. Yang Yong and Shen Yuan will be punished with 2 months of closed-door training. Tang Tian held his chin. Which one should I learn? After a burst of good-natured laughter, everyone turned and left. Tang Tian and Amari squeezed a smile on their faces, looking bashful. Old Wei, how come you have time to come over today? The sturdy man asked. These people were tall and strong. Their waists were thicker than a water bucket. Their entire bodies were bulging with muscles, as though they were cast from copper and iron. The hammers in their hands were unusually big, and in their hands it was as light as a feather. Stonehead casually wiped the stone cake, and a pile of crushed stones appeared in front of Tang Tian. These crushed stones were of the same size, almost the size of a soybean. What did you learn? Shen Yuan could not help but ask curiously. And minute collapsing fist crushed stones, it's pretty useful. The steel blade had no edge. The blade was thick and weighed more than 50 kilograms, but in Stonehead's hands, it was as light as a feather. Stonehead casually picked up a stone the size of a door from the pile. I brought 2 brats over to you to train. How is it? It won't be a problem, right? Old Fart Wei casually asked. Shen Yuan knew he asked something he should not have, and hurriedly replied. Tang Tian is very brave, his fighting style is fierce, and he is not afraid of getting hurt. If their strengths are close, I think very few people can defeat him. The principal waved his hand, and when Shen Yuan left, he muttered to himself. Then Tang Tian and Amari felt inferior. Assistant Su, who was in the corner, secretly cursed. It was rare for the principal to be so angry, and his heart was in his throat. What's wrong with that? Other than stones, there's only stones here. The burly man laughed heartily and looked up and down at Tang Tian and Amari. He smiled kindly at them and praised, You two are good. Tang Tian and Amari usually boasted about their outstanding physiques, but when they stood among this group of fellows, they were like little bean sprouts. All of you get out. Shen Yuan stay. The principal said coldly. The 2 of them hurriedly followed Stone into the quarry. This was an open-air quarry. Piles of large rocks could be seen everywhere. The rocks here were mainly granite. Fallen. Tang Tian turned around and said righteously, Housefly cow, you underestimate this godlike young man. Just 6 silver cards, and you want to make this godlike young man fall? Humph. Go into seclusion. The principal looked at Shen Yuan and said in a low voice, Your talent in Crystal Sky is not the best, but your personality is not bad. You can keep your composure and guard your heart. I have always thought highly of you. Do not disappoint me. Old Fart Wei beamed with joy, to the point that his eyes could not be seen. But Tang Tian and Amari had goosebumps. To be judged by a group of half-naked, tower-like men, that feeling was too terrifying. The principal suddenly turned his face and stared at Assistant Su. Go and tell the school discipline office. If they do not do well, they can forget about it. When the burly man turned his body, Tang Tian and Amari both sucked in a breath of cold air. In truth, Amari's physique was already very strong, but compared to the burly man in front of him, Amari was like a child. The burly man heard the call and turned to see Old Fart Wei. He could not help but laugh and walked over. What are you training now? Stonehead asked Tang Tian. Assistant Su hurriedly replied, Yes. The principal's expression was stiff. Continue. Tang Tian and Amari's faces turned white. Sure enough, there was always a higher mountain. A mad bull, like Amari, was like a grasshopper in front of Stonehead. Just at this time, Old Fart Wei's voice came out from behind the 2 of them. Yo, 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 this young man is rich. This silver light, it dazzled my eyes from so far away. Amari's words stopped abruptly. Tang Tian and Amari's hearts jumped. This is what life is like. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have said those harsh words. That guy is serious. Oh, seems like I have to give you guys some special training. Go. Surprisingly, when the principal heard that the two of them had lost, he was not too angry. He only said blandly, tell me. Amari vividly described the battle that happened today to Old Fart Wei. Every muscle on the sturdy man's body was angular, dark and full of luster, as though he had gone through thousands of tempering. His arms were even thicker. Tang Tian looked at them and concluded that they were thicker than his thighs. Yes, after some training they are two good seedlings. The other people in the quarry heard the commotion and came over. Seeing the rumbling quarry in front of them, Tang Tian and Amari were stunned. Yang Yong and assistant Su immediately retreated. Oh, a close-quarters combat expert. Stonehead's eyes flashed a strange look. He looked at Tang Tian from head to toe and praised, ambitious. Tang Tian's face turned pale. Tang Tian then carefully explained the spirit card in his hand to Stonehead. After listening, Stonehead nodded his head. Then let's practice minute collapsing fist. There are many who practice minute collapsing fist here. Assistant Su jumped in fright. This time, the principal was truly angry. He looked at Xin Yuan and Yang Yong sympathetically. Xin Yuan was still considered calm, but Yang Yong's face was ashen. Oh, it's just the beginning. I won't ask for much from you. Every piece of crushed stone must not exceed the size of a chestnut. Every day, you will need 500 caddies of crushed stones. Tang Tian raised both his arms and looked up at the sky, his face solemn. I need at least 6 gold spirit cards to make this godlike young man fall. Fundamental Tang, you've fallen. Amari had a look of disdain. I lost. Shan Yuan lowered his head. Tang Tian disguised himself as a pedestrian and led the way for us. Yang Yong was ambushed first. Then he and Amari joined hands, and I lost. Old Fart Wei turned his face and laughed. You guys will miss these 2 months. Stonehead waved his hand. Disperse, don't scare these 2 brats. Is that so? Tang Tian felt his expression was somewhat stiff, and his heart was palpitating with fear. Stonehead placed Stonehead in front of him and said to Amari, your daily task is to chop the stone bricks like this. Iron Clay Finger had already been changed to Eagle Claw Technique, Aerial Wood Stake. 8 steps overtaking Cicada. Broken Shadow Palm, Minute Collapsing Fist, Consecutive Technique, 6 silver grade spirit cards were placed in front of him, shining with silver light, dazzling him. These 2 brats are not bad. Stonehead raised his hand and chopped down, easily cutting a piece of stone the size of a bamboo basket. Swish, swish, swish. He chopped down a few times, and a square stone brick appeared in front of the 2 of them. Every surface of the stone brick was as smooth as a mirror and square, as though it had been measured by a ruler. I'll leave it to you. Old Fart Wei said irresponsibly. Old Fart Wei said, you 2 joined hands and barely won against Xin Yuan? Arriving at a place where the stones were piled up, Stonehead found a steel blade. Old Fart Wei turned his face to Tang Tian and Amari and instructed, from today onwards, Stonehead will be your special training teacher. No matter what he asks you to do, you have to do it. Old Fart Wei immediately became pleased. Haha, that's right, my foresight is absolutely accurate. Tang Tian and Amari were dumbstruck. This was granite, so hard that it could break a steel blade. Xin Yuan and Yang Yong lowered their heads, standing in front of the principal, their faces pale. Amari's face was full of smiles. That's right. Fundamental Tang, you cannot let down your martial artist's heart and become the strongest man. Only then will you be worthy of your dreams. Tang Tian, who was intoxicated for a long time, looked up to the sky and sighed. Yes, Tang Tian's main training is the Flash Fist, but he can use the Flash Fist and release the Fist Aura. Xin Yuan said, Yes, Shan Yuan said respectfully. Tang Tian and Amari looked at each other, suddenly having a bad premonition. Then I'll be leaving. Old Fart Wei waved his hand and very confidently swaggered off. Follow me. Stone Head said to Tang Tian and Amari. The sturdy man was carrying a steel hammer, which made Tang Tian and Amari swallow their saliva. Old Fart Wei ignored him and walked straight towards the sturdy man, shouting from afar, Hey, Old Sure! Old Fart Wei, why did you bring us here? Don't tell me your real identity is a child labor trafficker. Tang Tian pointed at Old Fart Wei with an expression of I've seen through you. The principal's face turned green. Very good. Very good. Seems like my orders are not enough. You guys still have the energy to secretly skip classes to find trouble with others. Old Fart Wei said to Stonehead. He is called Amari, my successor, and he is called Tang Tian. Oh, he wants to walk the path of a close-quarters combat expert. With that, he left Amari with a pale face and brought Tang Tian to another corner. Tang Tian looked at the stone dregs on the floor, dumbstruck. All right. Stonehead did not speak nonsense and straightforwardly nodded his head. Stonehead brought Tang Tian to a pile of stones and once again picked up a stone the size of a bamboo basket and smashed it with his fist. Stonehead casually threw the big steel blade to Amari. Here, these square bricks, for these 10 days. You just have to give me 100 pieces every day. Old Wei, not bad. This time it seems like it. Tang Tian finally experienced the feeling of getting rich overnight. Tang Tian. The principal was surprised. The stone was flattened like tofu and turned into a stone cake. Shin Yuan revealed a pondering expression. At the start, Amari's performance was a little not determined enough. But after that, he suddenly became very determined, and the impact was very strong. But what is worth paying attention to is Tang Tian. Crane-style Qi manual. He actually mastered it. The principal stared at Shin Yuan and snorted. Did you lose or win? Flash Fist can produce fist aura. The principal's eyes suddenly widened and muttered to himself. He actually gave that spirit card to Tang Tian. Tang Tian actually mastered it. Old Fart Wei jumped in front of the two of them and circled around the 6 silver grade cards, with a face full of curiosity. Where did you guys rob from? Chapter 24. His minute-collapsing fist was still weak, and his strength could not be compared to Big Brother Stonehead, so he needed many punches to be able to shatter the rocks, and the size of the shattered rocks were different. Tang Tian gradually grasped the rules of the cross door. He did not know if it was because of Southern Cross constellation, but the cross door and the number 10 had a miraculous relationship. The cross door would open once every 10 days, and this time it would be 10 days. If the hardship training was completed well, then the next time the hardship training was opened, Tang Tian would be able to set it himself. Amari was already drunk to the point that he could not differentiate between north, south, east, and west. He looked rough and suited the appetite of these strong men. Tang Tian, who was a maniac in physical strength, could only be considered as a weak little bean sprout here. Yes, he was very powerful in the past. Stonehead revealed a look of reminiscence, full of emotion, but he got injured later on. Adding on his old age, he could not do it anymore. People like us can't do it either. Once we pass 50 years old, we will go downhill. And after a session of hardship training, Tang Tian needed roughly 10 days to recover his physical strength and spirit. And this session of hardship training was just about Tang Tian's limit. Flash Fist's killing technique, slaying lightning bolt. Stonehead retracted his smile and said seriously, but close quarters combat expert is very hard to train. Wrong, it is extremely hard to train. After witnessing Stonehead's minute-collapsing fist, every rock was of the same size. That was the true standard. His sweat flowed. His heavy breathing mixed with the wind from his fists, and the number behind the cross door kept on jumping. Tang Tian took out all the rocks that were bigger than a chestnut and threw them to the side. After an unknown period of time, when Tang Tian slowly woke up, he looked at the cross door and was immediately shocked. The hardship training was about to end. Humph! If he dares to lie to me, he's dead, Tang Tian said fiercely. He was extremely tired, his eyelids became heavier, and he immediately fell asleep. Impossible! Big Brother Stone is so powerful! Tang Tian's face was full of disbelief. Big Brother Stone's strength, in Tang Tian's eyes, was truly astonishing. When the minute collapsing fist was trained to a high level, it could even injure people through the air. Because when the vibrations of true power reached a certain level, it would cause vibrations in the air, which could similarly injure people. Don't tell me old Fart Wei lied to me. Tang Tian's eyes widened. Old Fart Wei said it. He said that I am more ferocious and suitable for close combat. You also said that my woman would also like to fight hand to hand. Tang Tian scratched his head. Before he could react, he was sent flying by the blast. Bang! He crashed into the fog wall on the other side, and then bounced back to the ground. The strength that Big Brother Stonehead and the rest had displayed was too tyrannical. Tang Tian dared to confirm that if Shen Yuan had met Big Brother Stonehead that day, he would not have lasted more than 10 moves. Tang Tian didn't believe it. That can't be. Brother sure too. You guys are so strong. I think you guys can kill a cow with one punch, even if you're 80 years old. The beginning of the day. Fifth order. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded. Yes, I'll remember it. Every round of hardship training lasted for 10 days. In the 10 days, no one spoke, only punching nonstop. Even the time to rest was extremely tight. In the last few days of hardship training, one's entire body and spirit would be exhausted to the point of death. Big Brother Stonehead laughed. With my bit of strength, it's still all right here. Actually, it's not enough. Old Fart Wei's strength in the past was not bad, but now it's not enough. The power of Minute Collapsing Fist was much stronger than the Flash Fist. The third rank Minute Collapsing Fist contained the technique of instigating true power, while the second rank Flash Fist only had the basic technique of exerting force. A ray of silver fist mark that was as bright as lightning tore through the air. Tang Tian's expression was focused, his fist was suffused with a faint white aura, and he punched the stone material. I'm coming. Tang Tian hurriedly climbed up, and without bothering to wash his face, he rushed out of the door. Tang Tian's fists were like rain, continuously punching the stone material. The cracks on the surface of the stone material increased. Each crack was as straight as a knife, and with a bang it turned into a pile of crushed stones. The training of the Flash Fist was done behind the cross-light door. Stonehead laughed straightforwardly. I used to do odd jobs and whatnot. After interacting for a while, Tang Tian and Amari realized all the strong men looked fierce, but in truth they were all kind-hearted. The two of them shamelessly came over to eat and drink. The two of them were passionate and extroverted, and very quickly they became one with the group of strong men. After training the Flash Fist to perfection, 200,000 Flash Fist times, to him, was not a difficult thing to do. It was just that the process was extremely tedious and arduous. The first time, he fell asleep behind the cross-light door. Life in the quarry was monotonous but fulfilling. Time passed day by day, and Tang Tian became more and more vigorous. He learned from the others and bared his upper body. The muscles all over his body became even more defined, suffused with a dark luster, as though it contained limitless power. 399999. Fundamental Tang, get up quickly, it's time to start working. The thin wooden door, in front of Amari's loud voice, did not have any effect. Through the instantaneous vibration of true power, to achieve the goal of destruction, was the so-called collapse. Bang! Stonehead's expression froze on his face. In a moment, beside, he put down the wine bottle in his hand. Little Tian, I don't object to you going to Immortal Constellation Mountain, but if you want to go to Heaven's Road, I suggest that you have the power of the 5th level or above. Tang Tian's minute-collapsing fist improved rapidly, but he did not give up on training the flash fist. Every day, he lived his life to the fullest. The sound of breathing stopped abruptly. Tang Tian's figure disappeared like a ghost. He suspected that Big Brother Stone had the power of at least the 4th level or above. Even if it was the 5th level, he would not be surprised. In Star Wind City, ordinary jobs only required the 2nd level, and 3rd level could find a relatively good job. 4th level power. Oh, it was said that Star Wind City's security captain had the power of the 4th level. The stone material exploded, forming a fine straight crack. Tang Tian envied and was full of energy. Like lightning, in an instant, the light aura lit up, illuminating everything in his field of vision. An unstoppable aura caused people's scalps to go numb. Tang Tian's punching speed was extremely fast, his fists flickering in the air, erratic and unpredictable. Tang Tian shook his head and said seriously, "I'm not afraid. As long as I can become stronger, no matter how hard or tiring it is, I'm not afraid. Because I promised Chia I will go to Immortal Constellation Mountain to find her, and then we'll go to Heaven's Road together." These few days he had been using minute-collapsing fists to break the stone material, and Tang Tian felt that he had improved. Especially his arm strength. Compared to before, it was stronger. Minute-collapsing fist technique was simple and unadorned. The force released was firm and fierce. Gradually, Tang Tian's flash fist had an additional fierce taste. Because of the bitter training, Tang Tian's minute-collapsing fist improved rapidly. But the biggest improvement was the crane-style Qi manual. The outline of Tang Tian's crane body became clearer. Those fine meridians, as compared to when the crane body was first cultivated, expanded by at least 2 times. Was Old Fart Wei very powerful back then? Tang Tian's attention was immediately attracted. Finally mastered. Stonehead's face became even redder. After a long while, he held his stomach, sat up straight. His expression was extremely weird. "I can guarantee Old Fart Wei did not lie to you." Fleeting and fierce, 2 completely different styles, quietly integrated. The night was like water. Everyone gathered around a pile, roasting meat, drinking wine. The work of quarrying stones was boring and tiring, and the night was a rare time for everyone to relax. Those who had the strength of the 4th level would choose to go to bigger places to earn money. And those genius students who had reached the 4th level at such a young age would not stay in such a small place for the rest of their lives. If they did not go out to explore, they would choose to go to a bigger constellation and enter a higher school to further their studies. The silver lightning heavily struck the fog outside the open space. He did not have time to climb up, only felt his vision blur, and returned to reality. Other than him, only a few of the higher-ranked academies had experts of the 4th level and above. In Star Wind City, any student, if they had the strength of the 4th level, then the treatment they received was much better than the majority of the teachers. The number of 4th level teachers in Star Wind City was pitifully few. It was not only Star Wind City, the entire Wuhan star was the same. Tang Tian's true power was instantly emptied. His eyes were wide open, facing the whistling wave of qi. In a blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. The coarse panting and the wind from the fists disappeared without any warning. In the silence, suddenly a long and drawn-out inhaling sound came out. It was obviously just an inhaling sound, but it actually gave birth to a sharp intent. The bonfire reflected on everyone's faces flickering. Tang Tian did not think that the crane-style Qi manual would actually be so suitable for minute-collapsing fist. Huh. Stonehead laughed out loud, ferociously gulping down a mouthful of wine. A hint of drunkenness surfaced in his eyes. I hope to borrow Little Tian's auspicious words. Oh, right, Little Tian. Why did you want to walk the path of a close-quarters combat expert? Big Brother Stone, what did you do in the past? Tang Tian asked curiously. Tang Tian, who was silent and motionless, a biting cold aura flashed past his eyes. His entire person was like a wild beast waiting to pounce. Strength of the 5th level and above. Tang Tian had never seen it before. Stone Head choked on the line, his entire face flushed red. The crane body expanded to twice its original size, and Tang Tian discovered another benefit. The efficiency of refining true power had greatly increased. The refined true power along the outer walls of the third-tier Dantian pool slowly crystallized, growing into the walls of the Dantian pool. Minute collapsing fist's moves were simple and plain, but that did not mean its power was small. Minute collapsing fist style was like Shen Yuan's iron palm, heavy on power and not on technique. Its destructive power was astonishing. Tang Tian, who was asleep, did not notice that when he used slaying lightning bolt, a palm-sized gold card appeared on the light door. On the card, Tang Tian stood with his fists empty, his expression austere. Below his feet, 2 words were written: Flash Fist. Tang Tian sprawled out on the ground, battered and exhausted. His entire body did not have an ounce of strength, not even willing to move a finger. He just laid there, staring blankly at the top of his head, perspiration dripping down. Not long after, his body formed a pool of sweat. 400,000. The third-tier Dantian pool's capacity was slowly expanding. When the crane body activated Minute Collapsing Fist, the vibration of true power had the sharpness of a vibrating blade. Tang Tian's Minute Collapsing Fist formed cracks on the rocks, which were completely different from others. Ordinary people's Minute Collapsing Fist would have irregular cracks, but Tang Tian's cracks were as straight as a knife. Tang Tian once again entered the light door. Without resting, he started to train. Chapter 25. Once the gloves were in his hands, Tang Tian's hands subconsciously sank. So heavy! The ordinary-looking black gloves actually weighed more than 15 kilograms, causing Tang Tian to be shocked. He tried to wear the gloves, but he did not expect that although the gloves were heavy, they fit his palms very well. Oh, I'd better train in the aerial wood stake first. On the way, Tang Tian could not help but ask Old Fartway, "Hey, Old Fart, where did Brother Stonehead and the rest come from? Why do they seem so powerful?" Tang Tian's expression was solemn as he punched the stone in front of him. All the laughter stopped abruptly, and the rest looked at Stonehead in astonishment. Powerful? I really couldn't tell. This kid is a genius. With this kind of training, he could feel that his own blade techniques had obvious improvements. He walked to a huge granite that was as tall as 2 people. The surrounding workers all gasped in surprise. Although Tang Tian's fist could shatter the stone, it was only slightly bigger than his fist, but that was because his true power was too weak. The thorns and wings of the bamboo leaf had many uses, so there were specialized traders who bought them from outside the bamboo sea. Tang Tian looked at the vast bamboo sea, and a surge of pride rose in his heart, although it was only 20 days. But after spending time together, everyone had a good relationship. Tang Tian immediately stared at him angrily. "Old Fart, who are you calling a brat?" Stonehead was afraid that Tang Tian would be affected and comforted him. "I have been training in the collapsing energy for more than 10 years. As long as you continue to train, you will definitely surpass me in the future." Tang Tian secretly cursed in his heart. The blade rose again, and the blade fell again. The earthy yellow blade aura flashed once again. The heart of earth sounded like a mysterious thing. Amari held the big steel blade in his hand. The blade's body emitted a faint aura. All the muscles in his body tensed up, and his eyes were wide open. Tang Tian raised both of his arms and cheered. "Wow, godlike young lad, go, go, go!" This special training. At the start, Amari was not used to it. How could he be so precise when he was practicing his saber techniques? Furthermore, the granite was extremely hard and required true power to be poured into it to be able to cut the stone bricks. The requirement for the fineness of true power was also extremely shocking. Very quickly, they reached a mine, and Amari was thrown down by Old Fartway. Big Brother Stone waved his hand. "Let's go. Don't waste time." Come and play when you're free. Tang Tian stared blankly at the pile of rubble, his heart indescribably horrified. If this punch had landed on a human body, how terrifying would it have been? Amari had a silly smile on his face. He had suffered a lot these days. Cutting bricks with an iron knife seemed simple, but in reality it was not simple at all. The quarry had very high requirements for the finesse of the stone bricks, so the demand for knife skills was very high. Stone turned his face towards Tang Tian and said, "Little Tian, remember the killing move of Minute Collapsing Fist is called Great Avalanche." Tang Tian didn't really understand, but he couldn't help but caress the cold gloves. The hard and cold gloves were trustworthy. Old Fart Wei was all smiles, and the others greeted him one after another. The stone trembled and broke into countless of small stone grains. Every stone grain was the size of a chestnut. It was different from the irregular small stones formed by other people's Minute Collapsing Fist. These small stones were cut very smooth, as though they were cut by a knife. "Is it very valuable?" Amari asked weakly, but both his hands were hugging the black iron knife tightly. Tang Tian and Amari didn't really understand, but they felt that Big Brother Stone's last sentence was somewhat emotional. "Long live!" Tang Tian jumped up and cheered with his arms raised. "This is definitely a precious place for you to train. Not only can you train your light body techniques, you can also train your broken shadow palm. Young lad, you must remember, when training martial techniques, you must not make a loss. Oh right, you don't have a rank 2 palm technique, so I'll give you this floating palm spirit card. It's a bronze rank card, don't look down on it. If they could train for half a year, their improvement would be even greater." Stone said with some regret, "Amari, your blade technique, for your age, is already very outstanding. What you lack is not in terms of technique, but in a deeper level of comprehension. You train in earth-based blade techniques, and all earth-based blade techniques is to comprehend the heart of Gaia. Only by comprehending the heart of Gaia can you truly start training in the wild earth blade." Stone did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not good with words. I can't explain it clearly. As long as you stay here for 10 years, breaking stones every day, you will definitely be stronger than me." Under Old Fart Wei's urging, they reluctantly left the quarry. Old Fart Wei suddenly sighed. "You must remember, they are a group of people worthy of respect. In this world, there will always be many sinister, bad people, but there will always be people who will remember their own beliefs and vows. This kind of person is worthy of respect." Tang Tian was puzzled. Tang Tian nodded and said seriously, "Big Brother Stone, I will master it. It's a very distant constellation that produces excellent weapons. Don't lose it, we can't buy it here." Old Fart Wei stared. "Young man Tang, your light body technique is terrible. This is your biggest shortcoming. You should have heard of this jade green swamp sea of bamboos. There are many bamboo leaf bees here. These are good stuff. Their sting and wings are all good stuff. They are worth a lot of money. But something seems wrong." Amari's expression was focused. The big steel blade in his hand had a sense of determination. After a few consecutive slashes, a square stone brick appeared in front of everyone. Actually, it was mining. The jade-green swamp sea of bamboos was very special. The sea of bamboos lived on top of a swamp. To enter the sea of bamboos, one had to step on the bamboo branches. Without good light body technique, it was difficult to move an inch. The bamboo leaf bee was a special product of the jade-green swamp sea of bamboos. Its body was bigger than the average bee. Its body was emerald green, and its wings were the same shape as the bamboo leaves. "You will know when the time comes," Old Fart Wei said without turning his head. With that, Old Fart Wei's figure flashed and disappeared. Every knuckle was extremely flexible and did not affect the movement of the fingers. Old Fart Wei muttered, "You guys have earned big. These two are Fornax Constellation's Black Iron Series weapons. The wrinkles on Old Fart Way's face smoothed out, and he said proudly, "You must be jealous. Let's go, youngsters. Your special training is over." Of course, when Old Fart Way brought him to the destination, Tang Tian did not even have the urge to curse. Stonehead did not laugh. His large hands rubbed Tang Tian's head and said seriously, "Yes, I believe you. Yes, qualified." Stonehead inspected the stone brick and revealed a satisfied look. Just at this time, a shocking scene happened, only to see the 2-man-tall granite, suddenly like an avalanche, suddenly broke into countless small pieces, crashing down, dust flying everywhere. The 2 wooden boxes were opened. Inside were a pair of black metal gloves and a black long blade. But he immediately raised his arm and clenched his fist and said seriously, "Big Brother Stonehead, don't worry, I will definitely surpass you in the future." Everyone was amused by Tang Tian's expression and laughed. Exhaling, he punched out with his right fist. "Hey, Old Fart, what's our next special training?" Tang Tian asked. Tang Tian scratched his head. Stonehead turned to Old Fart Way and said, "Although it's still lacking in maturity, but it can be considered as a pass. These 2 youngsters are not bad. They can endure hardship. Old Fart Way, you've picked up a treasure." Amari raised his hand. "Old Fart, I can prove fundamental tangs, but is not small at all." The blade in his hand rose, and the earth-yellow blade, Aura, flashed and disappeared. Bang! Old Fart Way appeared out of nowhere. Out of Tang Tian's expectation, the ferocious punch landed on the hard granite and actually only produced a slight sound. Stonehead nodded. "That's true. To be able to endure such hardship, of course he's a genius." But when Tang Tian familiarized himself with the surroundings, he had to admit the jaded swamp bamboo sea was indeed a good place to train in light body techniques and broken shadow palm. Stone head past the gloves and blade to the 2 of them. In the vast sea of bamboo, the shadows of the bamboos danced. Occasionally, one could see a silhouette wearing a veil, shuttling back and forth in the sea of bamboos. "Fornax constellation?" Tang Tian asked curiously. Amari caressed the black blade and could not bear to let it go. He had trained in blade techniques for many years, and with one look he could tell that the black blade was of excellent quality. "Pooh! Old Fart Way has picked up a treasure this time." Stonehead revealed a smile and suddenly waved his hand behind him, only to see a sturdy man, carrying 2 old wooden chests, laughing as he walked in front of the 2 of them. When Old Fart Way talked about money, his eyes shone with a golden light. A burly man nearby waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew the dust away. Old Fart Way encouraged, "Godlike young lad, do your best." "Yo, young lads, seems like you've done well." A small mountain of crushed stones appeared in front of Tang Tian. Old Fart Way stared at Tang Tian. "What's a little brat asking so much for?" Old Fart Way was silent, lowering his waist into a hoarse stance. His fists retracted to the side of his waist. Stonehead's expression was solemn. Tang Tian and Amari looked at each other. Could there be other special training? There was a group of beekeepers living here. "Not bad." Stonehead's face revealed a smile and said to Tang Tian, "Although the minute collapsing fist is only at the 3rd level, but its power is not bad. And in the future, you will realize many martial techniques will use collapsing energy. If you can completely grasp collapsing energy, in the future, many higher-level martial techniques will be easy for you to learn. Look carefully." The blade pierced into the stone material. "Haha." Stonehead laughed out loud. "It's a waste to leave it here. You 2 little brothers don't mind. They're probably unwilling to stay in the dust and sleep. There's not much time left." Old Fart Way said helplessly, "The martial meet is about to begin. These 2 rascals have other special training. Let them go through it first. And in the future, they will have to go through it by themselves. They just need to be initiated." Stonehead did not explain, only smiled warmly and encouraged, "Do your best, godlike young lad." Tang Tian scratched his head. No way, I have to find Chia. This is a gift for you, I hope you like it. Tang Tian stared blankly at the direction where old fart Wei disappeared, and only reacted after a long time. This guy was really a child abductor. In terms of attainments in the minute collapsing fist, Tang Tian had already reached a relatively proficient level. The big men in the quarry were extremely fond of these two rascals. They all clapped, and some even whistled. Tang Tian jumped to Big Brother Stonehead's side, raised his little face full of reverence, his eyes filled with stars. Big Brother Stonehead, teach me, teach me. Big Stonehead did not move an inch. Chapter 26. Han Bingning came to the jaded swamp sea of bamboos as usual. The Star Wind martial meet was nearing, and she was making the best use of her time to train her light body technique. Her main training was sword arts. Her beautiful water element, sword technique, Rain Bell, made her the #1 expert of the Northern Yen Academy. He did not spend too much time on floating palm. He only trained in floating palm so that he could train in the rank 3 broken shadow palm. Han Bingning bent down and prepared to rush down. At this time, a huge black object suddenly rushed out from the bamboo forest. I want to run too. Suddenly, a graceful figure flew down from the sky and caught the little girl. With a turn of her body, she flew back to another bamboo branch. Han Bingning could not understand why the perfect Miss Jia would like this useless man in front of her. Not good. For the first time, Tang Tian had such a strong desire for martial technique. That was power, true power. If he could learn Mega Avalanche, he would definitely be extremely handsome. Crystal, Sky, Sima Xiangshan, Northern Yen Han Bingning. Beast of the Liangqiu, they were the top 3 of the hundreds of academies in Star Wind City. After Chia Shanghai left, their positions were unshakable. But there was one thing that Han Bingning could not understand, and that was Tang Tian. Without saying a word, Tang Tian suddenly grabbed onto the little girl. He took a deep breath, his eyes open wide. The muscles on his arms instantly tensed up. He exhaled, and with a burst of strength, he threw the little girl out like a sandbag. At the edge of the jaded swamp sea of bamboos, a man was training in light body technique. Han Bingning could tell with one look that he was training in the rank 2 aerial wood stake. His steps were a little jerky, and from her point of view, his figure could be considered clumsy. Since he could not run, then he would fight. Ink black iron rhino. With this kind of strength, even if Han Bingning was in her best condition, it would still be difficult for her to win easily. What was worse was that she did not bring her sword with her today. Almost at the same time, a huge black shadow suddenly rushed out of the sea of bamboos. The bamboos that were as thick as an arm were as fragile as paper. They instantly shattered and scattered in all directions. The difficulty of practicing minute collapsing fist was much higher than the flash fist technique. To practice it to perfection, one would need to complete 400,000 repetitions of minute collapsing fist technique. This number was twice that of the flash fist technique. And to train to the great avalanche, it required 1,000,000 repetitions of minute collapsing fist. That punch was too powerful. Suddenly, the branch under her feet trembled. Han Bingning immediately woke up with a look of alertness. The branches under his feet trembled continuously, and a faint rumbling sound could be heard. Tang Tian was very diligent in practicing aerial wood stake. Footwork was his weakness, but for close combat, the importance of footwork was self-evident. He cultivated with all his might, and all his bitter cultivation time was spent on cultivating the minute collapsing fist. Suddenly, the trembling of the ground came from behind her, but she immediately had a trace of suspicion. There were very few large wild beasts in the jaded swamp sea of bamboos, because this was a swamp. Han Bingning's calm gaze slowly searched within the dense sea of bamboos. The silver lightning landed solidly on the ink-black iron rhino's body, so the fog could be destroyed. Hua! His retreating right leg was like an iron plow, carving out a deep groove in the ground. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, he opened up his arms, all 10 fingers spread out, pointing at the ink-black iron rhino, his face without a trace of fear. He was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. His strong, explosive power was displayed to its fullest. The distance between the two was extremely close. Adding on the fact that Tang Tian's reaction was extremely fast, he instantly rushed to the side of the ink-black iron rhino. Tang Tian saw it. It was a female, but he did not recognize her. But he could finally relax. Turning his body, facing the ink-black iron rhino, his expression instantly became fierce. He casually tore off his clothes, revealing a body full of muscles. Tang Tian! The pupils of Tang Tian's eyes suddenly contracted. The little girl wanted to lead the wild beast away, running in another direction. But with such a delay, the wild beast had closed the distance between them. After 20 days of training, as well as bitter training, Tang Tian's minute-collapsing fist had reached 80,000 repetitions. Big brother, quickly run. The Tang Tian, who was in midair, took the chance to leap like a fish, grabbing the little girl with one hand and rolling on the ground. Amongst them, the Northern Yen Academy could be counted as the most unique academy. Because it was a female academy, the students inside were all females. Suddenly, her gaze froze. Tang Tian was surprised for a moment. Then he threw himself into the frenzied training of the minute-collapsing fist. Perhaps it had many mysteries, but in Tang Tian's eyes, it was not as attractive as the great avalanche. Come, stupid ox. Han Binging bit her teeth, charging down. The little girl's tears flowed even faster, but she was extremely sensible. She did not cry, and only ran with all her might. Her gaze casually swept across the area below. There were people who specialized in catching bees here. She did not like to interact with other people, and would often quietly avoid them. Hey, are you all right? Han Binging stood on the bamboo branch, lost in thought. But the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Rumble. Tang Tian was stunned. The little girl's crying also stopped. Tang Tian saw the little girl staring at him. Oh, if he were to explain it like this, he would lose face. Han Bingning was a famous ice beauty. Countless young men who boasted of themselves as romantic had met with her. The way she did things was extremely similar to the previous Jie Shangguan, so there were people who called her Little Jie. And Han Bingning also said that Jie Shangguan was her idol, killing lightning bolt. In the entire Starwind City, he was the only guy who could make Miss Jie smile. When Jie Shangguan was in Starwind City, Han Bingning had just entered the school. At that time, she was full of respect for Jie Shangguan, killing lightning bolt, could even blast open the fog wall behind the light door, but this animal was actually fine after being hit by it. Tang Tian hurriedly put the little girl behind him and whispered, "Quickly run!" Tang Tian's roar echoed in the bamboo forest. Such a kind-hearted little girl. Suddenly her eyes narrowed. Tang Tian was training the aerial wooden stake, practicing bursting fist, and practicing qigong during the day. This kind of life was very fulfilling. In her heart, Jie Shangguan was the embodiment of perfection. She did not even notice that many of her ways of doing things were subconsciously imitating Jie Shangguan. She did not leave. She recognized this man. The little girl in the air anxiously waved her arms and legs. Her voice was filled with a deep sobbing sound. Han Bingning's expression changed. How could there be such a high-level beast in the jaded swamp sea of bamboos? Damn it, that was killing lightning bolt. Han Bingning walked empty-handed, lightly flying in the sea of bamboos, her figure graceful. The immature and anxious voice entered Tang Tian's ears. Tang Tian turned his head. When he saw the ink-black iron rhinoceros crawling back up as if nothing had happened, Tang Tian sucked in a breath of cold air, his scalp tingling. Big brother! Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet violently shook. So dangerous. There must be some wild beast behind me. It was so strong that when Tang Tian thought about it, he could not help but tremble from the bottom of his heart. The ink-black iron rhinoceros fiercely stomped on the ground, pouncing towards the little girl. He had seen the golden card on the light door. He had also seen the corner of the fog wall that had been destroyed by the killing lightning bolt. But right now, Tang Tian's mind was filled with the great avalanche. Tang Tian stopped with some suspicions. At this time, he saw a petite figure charging out from the sea of bamboos. A panic-stricken and petite figure quickly shuttled back and forth between the bamboos. The little girl was only 7 or 8 years old. Her hair was combed into a ponytail, and there were 2 streaks of tears on her chubby face. Her face was deathly white, and her little mouth was tightly clenched. She used her hands and feet to run as fast as she could. The ink-black iron rhinoceros's body was huge, like a small mountain. Its entire body was covered with dark green scales, making it hard for blades and swords to injure it. Its temperament was extremely violent. The ink-black iron rhinoceros's body was huge, but it was not clumsy at all. The sound it made when it ran was even more shocking. It did not care about the bamboos at all, directly crushing them in its path. Rumble, rumble. Even such a simple second-rank aerial wood stake was so terrible. How could he obtain the favor of Miss Jie? Tang Tian's heart was incomparably bitter. He thought of his shoddy light body technique and knew that he would definitely not be able to outrun this beast. Every time he trained bitterly before, although he did not slack off in the slightest, he clenched his teeth and persevered. But this time, within his body, it was as if there was a ball of flame, burning fiercely. Tang Tian's aerial wood stake improved very quickly. The second rank of aerial wood stake was mostly footwork and only had the most basic technique to raise qi. The difficulty of training it was not high, and it was the same as floating palm. Killing lightning bolt. Wasn't it just 1,000,000 times? 1,000,000 times of minute collapsing fist to be able to exchange for such a powerful killing technique. It was too worth it. But right now, Tang Tian felt that he was filled with energy. Big brother, let's run together. The little girl pulled on Tang Tian's clothes. It was a little girl. The little girl's face was filled with panic. The moment she rushed out, she saw Tang Tian. Huff, huff, huff. Tang Tian gasped for breath, using all his strength to climb up from the ground. He lowered his head to look at the little girl in his arms. The little girl's eyes were tightly shut, her face filled with fear. Almost at the same time, Tang Tian's figure leapt out without hesitation. A wild beast that Tang Tian had never seen before, so fierce. A piece of the fog was blown away, revealing a small piece of the ground. The experienced Han Bingning immediately realized that there was a huge, wild beast approaching. Tang Tian shook the little girl in his arms. The little girl's tightly pursed lips could not hold it in any longer and began to cry loudly. Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. A dazzling silver fist aura, like a bolt of lightning, tore through the sky. If he had not personally seen the power of Mega Avalanche, Tang Tian might have directly ignored it. 1,000,000 times. How long would he need to train for? The bamboo under Han Bingning's feet shook, and she nearly lost her balance. She quickly stabilized her figure. Tang Tian's bitter training time was all spent on the minute-collapsing fist. Big Brother Stone's Mega Avalanche left a deep impression on him. The huge body of the ink-black iron rhino was directly sent flying. Tang Tian was at a loss of what to do. Hey, 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 don't cry, are you injured anywhere? Han Bingning recognized the little girl. She was from the local bee-catcher clan. In this period of time, she had been training in the bamboo sea every day and had seen her several times. Chapter 27. The last worry in Han Bingning's heart disappeared. She raised her arm and pointed her sword at the ink-black iron rhino. The ink-black iron rhino's eyes turned a deep dark green, like 2 pieces of black jade. Its entire body emitted an extremely dangerous and tyrannical aura. Roar! Suddenly, The ink-black iron rhino's horn emitted a layer of dark green light. Han Bingning never thought that she would see such an imposing aura from a wild beast. At the same time, Tang Tian's waist also lowered. The man and beast's roars mixed together. The ink-black iron rhino's body trembled and retreated a step. "Ink-black iron rhino!" a lady exclaimed from the bamboo forest. "Darling!" Suddenly, the ink-black iron rhino's 4 limbs bent down slightly. Middle stage 4th level wild beasts had already produced spirit nuclei. They had the power similar to true power. This was their innate ability. The higher the level of the wild beast, the stronger this ability would be. Tang Tian stared with his eyes wide open and roared like thunder. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and laughed sinisterly. He grabbed the rhino's horn and suddenly exerted strength. With a flip, he sat on the ink-black iron rhino's back. Did it not sense that he was near? Tang Tian was struck by lightning. Pa, his body flew out. Idiot! Han Bingning seemed to have awoken from a dream. With a wave of her hand, she unsheathed her sword. The ink-black iron rhino stared at Tang Tian, the most barbaric clash of strength. Just now, Tang Tian's lightning-like fist had shocked her, but against a middle-stage 4th level wild beast, a rank 2 martial killing technique, was far from enough. The little girl's face immediately revealed joy. She shouted loudly, "Mummy! Sword! Throw the sword over!" Rumble, rumble. If only there was a sword. The hard and tough green bamboo struck onto Tang Tian's body. The broken bamboo flew out like arrows, piercing into Tang Tian's flesh. The bamboo branches struck onto Tang Tian's body, causing streaks of blood to intertwine. Tang Tian grinned. His sparkling red eyes made his smile look extremely bewitching. The devilish smile seemed to have not dissipated in the air when Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. The ink-black iron rhino frantically twisted its body, but no matter how it twisted, Tang Tian was like a piece of sticky candy, tightly glued to its back, as if he had gone mad, punching after punching at the ink-black iron rhino. "Sword!" Han Bingning stared blankly at Tang Tian. To actually be able to stand up after receiving the ink-black iron rhino's true power attack. Just how strong was this guy's physique? He. Tang Tian let out an involuntary roar. His face was completely distorted, and his body was like an inflated balloon. Every bit of strength was exploding. The ink-black iron rhino let out an angry roar, its slightly squatting limbs suddenly exerting force. All of her strength was in her sword. If he had a sword in hand, he might be able to contend with this ink-black iron rhino. Tang Tian, its murky pupils overflowed with an ominous glint. Its dark green scales made it look like an ancient heavy armored knight, full of pressure. The horn on its forehead was not considered sharp, but thick and coarse. However, it had pierced through countless enemies that dared to violate its dignity. Her face was slightly pale. Ah! Tang Tian's eyes were wide open in anger. His horse stance was still intact, but his legs were nailed even deeper to his knees. Both his hands were tightly grabbing onto the ink-black iron rhino's forehead. His body that was like cast iron was extremely low, and his muscles were all tensed up. Her jade-like feet lightly stepped on the ground. The ground was a mess. Although the man and the beast had collided for a short period of time, but there were cracks everywhere. Exclamations came from behind. No one would have thought that the ink-black iron rhino would actually drill into the bamboo forest. Tang Tian forgot everything else. In his eyes, there was only the ink-black iron rhino in front of him. Tang Tian did not feel anything. Like a crazy demon, his fists rained down on the ink-black iron rhino's back. "Pa!" The ink-black iron rhino let out a low growl. Han Bingning, who was on top of the bamboo, was dumbstruck. The man and beast's contest of strength completely subverted her common sense. The impact it brought was incomparable. The sound of heavy breathing was mixed with a low growl. The ink-black iron rhino plunged into the bamboo forest. The bamboo that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl was instantly broken into pieces. Possessed. Was it possessed? Han Binging bit her lips. If she had a sword, she could go down and fight with the ink-black iron rhino for a while. Tang Tian could take the opportunity to escape the battlefield, and then she could use her qing gong to escape. One man and one beast facing each other. The ink-black iron rhino suddenly let out a deafening roar. It spread out its 4 limbs and rushed into the bamboo forest. The little girl's face became even paler. Hey, you're dead. Bang! Upon seeing that, Tang Tian desperately hammered towards the broken parts of the scales. The sharp crane energy, minute-collapsing fist, very quickly cut out many small wounds. Nan's mother's reaction was extremely fast. Xiu! A sword with a scabbard flew out from the bamboo forest. Without saying a word, Tang Tian's fists rained down on the ink-black iron rhino's body. Han Binging quickly calculated in her heart. If she were to escape with Tang Tian, would she have a chance of winning? The little girl's eyes lit up. She picked up the bamboo whistle on her neck and blew it with force. Bang! The dark green light once again shone from the rhino's horn. But this time Tang Tian did not seem to feel it. What a strong aura! Han Binging's face changed. Tang Tian was in danger. Xiao Nan, where are you? An anxious voice came from the bamboo forest. Time seemed to stop at this moment. One man and one beast, every muscle in their body, were exerting all their strength. Tang Tian's pupils were blood red, but in a moment she understood that this idea would not work. Her qing gong was light and graceful, but it was not known for its speed. If she were to bring another person, she would definitely not be able to escape from the ink-black iron rhino. Han Bingning's pupils suddenly contracted. The hand that was holding the sword subconsciously tightened, and her face was filled with shock. Die! The sharp sound of the bamboo whistle spread far and wide. Han Bingning stared at the man and beast on the ground. Her emotions were very complicated at this moment. Tang Tian's act of sacrificing himself to save the little girl made her see his bravery and kindness. But he still tried in vain to fight the ink-black iron rhino head-on. He was overestimating himself. It slowly closed in on Tang Tian. Its short but powerful limbs, every step it took, caused dust to fly up and created a rumbling sound. A middle-stage fourth, rank ink-black iron rhino's strength was tyrannical. It was not something a martial artist could match up to. Tang Tian narrowed his eyes. His 2 legs seemed to be nailed into the ground, and his body did not move an inch. The ink-black iron rhino was firmly pressed down. Its mouth had sunk into the soil. It was completely enraged. When had it ever been humiliated like this? When had it ever been suppressed by someone in terms of strength that it had always been proud of? But what surprised her was that the ink-black iron rhino did not seem to feel anything. It suddenly stopped in its tracks and squatted down again. Its horn pointed straight at Tang Tian, who was lying on the ground not far away. On the tip of the bamboo, the little girl's face was pale. She anxiously raised her head. Big sister, can you save big brother? Roar, roar, roar. Han Bingning's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Could it be? He did not care at all. He just punched one after another, crazily striking on the back of the ink-black iron rhino. Wild savage. The 2 figures collided again. On the ground, the ink-black iron rhino slowly approached Tang Tian. How could a human's strength be so strong? Big brother. Tang Tian, who was in a berserk state, the power of his minute-collapsing fist rose sharply. Every punch had an extremely strong collapsing force, drilling into the ink-black iron rhino's body. The crane's body revolved with all its might. Every burst of true power was as sharp as a beak. On the scales that were comparable to fine steel, very quickly, many fine straight scars appeared. The trembling of the ground was not as rapid as before. Every sound seemed to be knocking on people's hearts. Its head slowly but firmly raised up, and its four limbs slowly straightened up. Tang Tian tried his best to suppress it, but the power coming from his hands was getting stronger and stronger, each wave stronger than the one before. It slowly walked towards Tang Tian, who was on the ground. It was like a deep and dignified king of beasts, bringing along supreme arrogance and aggressiveness. Tang Tian struggled to stand up. His naked upper body was covered in mud. He spat out the mud from his mouth and slowly raised his head. Her heart suddenly gave birth to a sense of helplessness. Even if she had a sword in her hand, she did not know if she had the courage to challenge the king of beasts in front of her. What a strong brute force! The little girl immediately used her hands and feet to hug the bamboo. Tang Tian! One palm pressed on the ground. The other also pressed on the ground. Both palms were covered in mud. Countless of mud flew everywhere. One man and one beast collided violently, instantly forming a shallow pit. The ink-black iron rhino suddenly let out an angry roar. It squatted down with its four limbs, exerting force at the same time. Its huge and heavy body disappeared in the air. Han Bingning was bewildered. It was not the first time she had seen someone bedeviled, but the Tang Tian in front of her, for some reason, was emitting a dangerous aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. Han Bingning's gaze turned solemn, bending down, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. She was like a big bird flying downwards. Mummy. The little girl finally could not hold it in any longer. Her mouth flattened, and she burst into tears. With the sword in her hand, Han Bingning's heart settled down. All the hesitation and lack of confidence was swept away. She whispered to the little girl, "Hug the bamboo." Tang Tian's body was slowly propped up. Tang Tian suddenly let out an angry roar. His two legs, which were deeply nailed into the ground, suddenly exerted force, and he also disappeared in an instant. A vigorous and ruthless strange force, like a heavy hammer, fiercely collided with Tang Tian's hands, which were tightly holding onto the rhino's horn, and directly entered his body. The ink-black iron rhino walked until it was 3 zhang away from Tang Tian and stopped. Just as Han Bingning was puzzled, Tang Tian, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly moved. The current Tang Tian was like a real wild beast. Hoo-hoo! 2 after-images flashed in the air and collided with a loud bang. Tang Tian seemed to see an ancient knight, wearing heavy armor, slowly approaching. A savage and wild aura pounced on him. That punch just now made him feel pain, and this feeling was very unfamiliar. Han Bingning lightly bit her lips and helplessly shook her head. "I didn't bring my sword." Tang Tian's body lowered, and he lowered his waist into a horse stance, adopting the exact same posture as before. The most direct collision of strength. Its 4 limbs frantically moved, and its entire body was struggling. Tang Tian instantly understood what the ink-black iron rhino was trying to do. This fellow had thick skin and thick flesh, and those bamboos were like tickles to it. But to Tang Tian, those bamboos were dangerous. Bang! Han Bingning was very clear on how terrifying a middle-stage 4th level wild beast was. A small piece of scale cracked and flew into the air. Tang Tian also heard the bamboo whistle, but he was not distracted at all. He focused all of his attention on the ink-black iron rhino in front of him. From the looks of it, it was not easy to deal with. Minute collapsing fist. Wild beasts that were 4th level and above should have a very strong intuition towards danger. 4th level wild beasts already had some intelligence, and in this jaded swamp sea of bamboos, it was the true overlord. Its prestige had never been challenged, and this was its territory. Chapter 28. Did I kill it? Tang Tian was stunned. He looked down and jumped up. He exclaimed, why is it under my butt? That's not right. Why isn't it moving? It looks like it's dead. Impossible. That's right. Han Bingning nodded her head. There are no traces of anyone else at the scene. Really? Tang Tian's gaze did not waver. His expression was serious. She calmed herself down and said indifferently, "He hunted an ink-black iron rhino. He couldn't find a buyer. You guys take a look. If there's anything useful, then buy it." He tried hard to recall, but he only remembered that the big, stupid bull rushed into the sea of bamboos with all his might. He used his fists and punched it with all his might. After that, he could not remember anything. In the next moment, the serious expression on his face melted and turned into a radiant smile, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Tang Tian jumped down from the ink-black iron rhino's corpse. He looked around and asked curiously, why would there be such a heavy and big fellow in the jaded swamp sea of bamboos? Wouldn't it sink into the swamp? But the ink-black iron rhino's corpse was right in front of her. Even the wounds on the ink-black iron rhino's body showed that it was Tang Tian's doing. Tang Tian's entire body was covered in wounds. They had followed the tracks left by the ink-black iron rhino to find it. How could he have killed such a ferocious guy? Wow, so powerful. Tang Tian was surprised. Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's blank expression was unfathomable to her. Was he pretending? Did he really not know? "You've never heard of it?" Han Bingning suddenly asked. "Big brother, big brother. Young lad, the ink-black iron rhino's most valuable part is its spirit nucleus. It can be used to make spirit cards, but I suggest that you don't sell it. Use it to nurture your martial spirit. There are 621 complete ink scales, just enough to weave a water element armor. Other than that, this rhino horn is worth quite a lot." The appraiser was very familiar with it. Tang Tian suddenly held his chin and fell into deep thought. His expression was serious, as if he was thinking about a very serious problem. Han Bingning came back to her senses. She felt that her thoughts just now were a little ridiculous. The key was that she still hadn't figured out what kind of person Tang Tian was. Tang Tian shook his head. "No. Yes." The appraiser walked to the side of the ink-black iron rhino's corpse, circling it once, clicking his tongue in wonder. "I didn't expect it to really be the ink-black iron rhino. Lad, your strength isn't bad. To be able to hunt an ink-black iron rhino, that's true ability." Han Bingning sighed in her heart. This was the first time she had such a feeling. Usually, those young talents around her, they had outstanding talent, elegant manners, they knew how to be romantic, they knew how to enjoy life. Everyone thought that they were brimming with talent. Han Bingning nodded. "Go ahead. Follow the market price." Little Nan Nan raised her tender palm again and shouted in a childish voice, "Big brother is more powerful!" Han Bingning resisted the urge to roll her eyes. And that was ruthless enough. I almost couldn't get up. Tang Tian had a lingering fear in his heart. Han Bingning's first reaction was to reject this judgment. Tang Tian patted little Nan Nan's head. He was extremely fond of this kind and cute little girl. Little Nan narrowed her eyes, her face full of enjoyment. It seemed to be a girl, very unfamiliar, but it was this voice that pulled him back from his muddle-headedness, causing him to slowly wake up. Suddenly, Han Bingning found it hard to define this seemingly simple fellow in front of her. This was the first time Han Bingning had seen a completely different kind of person from these people. If one were to say that these people were flowers in a greenhouse, then Tang Tian was like weeds in the wild. As long as there was a bit of sunlight and a bit of fertilizer, he would be able to grow crazily, regardless of wind or rain. Tang Tian turned his head in all directions, looking left and right as he muttered, "That stupid cow brought me here? What is this place? Where's that stupid cow?" Yes, when the master heard this, he hurriedly nodded his head. Tang Tian nodded his head heavily, his expression becoming more and more solemn. "Very good." Tang Tian ran in front of Han Bingning, his face full of enthusiasm as he asked, "Cultivating a martial spirit, what is it for? Young girl, tell me." Little Nan tried hard to puff out her chest, her little face full of pride. "Nan is the best." Under the buttocks. It was killed by me. Tang Tian blankly pointed at himself, his face full of disbelief. Han Bingning did not say anything, but when she heard this, she could not help but roll her eyes. If it was someone else, they would not be able to get up. But Nan Nan did not have such complicated thoughts. She raised her chubby palm. It was killed by Big Brother. Han Bingning secretly remembered these characteristics in her heart. When the time comes, she will go to school and ask the principal. In Han Bingning's mind, the other experts appeared, each of their tall and confident figures. If placed beside Tang Tian, they would really be bean sprouts. When we found you, you were already like this, Han Bingning lightly said. We guarded you for 3 days. Han Bingning's eyes slightly narrowed. There was indeed a problem. The reason why she stayed here was to listen to what the master could see. Tang Tian scratched his head, grinning foolishly. I also do not know how I hunted it. Brave, but not astute, inflexible, abnormal physical qualities, wild. But now, the image of Tang Tian in her heart had been completely changed. Very quickly, the master opened the curtain and entered. Seeing Han Bingning, he stepped forward and bowed. Mississippi, cultivating a martial spirit? Tang Tian's face was blank. Shua, a little head with braids appeared, her face full of surprise. Big Brother, you finally woke up. This guy is the real beast. Yo, young lady, you are very powerful. Tang Tian moved his head over, his face full of praise. We're here. Han Bingning's voice was cold, her face expressionless. Guarded me for 3 days? Tang Tian immediately reacted, hurriedly said, Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Suddenly remembering that he had suffered many injuries on the body of the stupid cow, Tang Tian looked down, only to discover that the wounds on his body had already scabbed. It was killed by Big Brother. Little Nan tried to loudly show her existence. Tang Tian asked in a daze. He subconsciously struggled to sit up, looking around. An unfamiliar environment. Where is this? After a while, the master shook his head. I can't tell. Han Bingning had been secretly observing Tang Tian. Before today, her heart was only filled with disdain, contempt, and confusion. Disdain and contempt were towards Tang Tian, confusion towards Chia Shanghai. In the entire Star Wind City, the number of experts with such strength could be counted on one's fingers. Hoo, we're finally here. I'm so tired. If only the housefly cow was here. Tang Tian wiped his sweat as he muttered to himself. Tang Tian actually dragged it, walking for dozens of miles, and still had the appearance of a dragon and a tiger. You are, I don't know, Han Bingning explained. The scales on its body, also known as ink scales, are very good water scales. Not only can it live in swamps, it can also live in large rivers. Truly a flower in a greenhouse. The shopkeeper and the master secretly looked at each other, their eyes frequently looking at Tang Tian. Yes. The shopkeeper did not dare to ask any more, and hurriedly urged the waiter to go to the backyard to call the master to take a look. This time I really have to thank you. At this time, Nan's mother also opened her mouth to express her gratitude, her face full of gratitude. Nan is very naughty. I did not think that she would cause such a big trouble. If not for you, I do not dare to imagine the consequences. What kind of person was he? Where can we sell this thing? It can be sold for a lot of money. The master stared blankly and immediately said disapprovingly, Too modest. This kind of thing cannot be guessed. Oh, it has a spirit core. It should be middle stage 4th level. The master looked very carefully. The grade is very good, but it's a pity that the ink scales are too damaged. Every piece is a loss. It looks like Minute Collapsing Fist, but the cracks of Minute Collapsing Fist are not so smooth, and Minute Collapsing Fist has no way to break the ink scales. Strange, really strange. Tang Tian looked at the little girl and suddenly remembered. You are that little fellow that was chased that day. Oh, wait, how did I run here? How did it become him who killed it? Han Bingning turned her face to the master and said, "Keep the spirit core for him. Sell the rest." This person was too strange. Suddenly Tang Tian thought of a question and pointed to the ink armor iron rhino below him, asking, "What kind of monster is this?" "Big brother, the big stupid cow is under your butt," the little girl said cheerfully. "Huh." Tang Tian followed the voice and lowered his head, then discovered a little hand was trying its best to climb up. A middle-aged lady chased and shouted from behind, "Nan, Nan, be careful, don't fall." How did the injuries on my body heal? Tang Tian was greatly surprised. Little Nan Nan raised her little palm. "It's bamboo queen bee glue." Little Nan Nan applied bamboo queen bee glue on Big Brother. "It's very useful." A cheerful voice came out from below. Han Bingning's heart moved, but still insisted on nodding her head. "You killed it." Ink armor iron rhino. Han Bingning suddenly opened her mouth. Middle stage 4th level wild beast. Valiant power, vicious temperament, extraordinary strength. It has already formed a spirit core and can use true power. You should have experienced its power. Han Bingning was already completely shocked by Tang Tian's valiant body quality. She tested it. This ink armor iron rhino's weight exceeded 900 kilograms. It was simply a mountain of meat. She suddenly thought, don't tell me Jie Shengguan was moved by these things of his? After a while, Tang Tian still did not move. Han Bingning could not restrain herself. Her beautiful eyes stirred. "What are you thinking about?" "Miss, don't tell me there's some secret?" Tang Tian scratched his head and laughed. "I still don't understand the situation." This was Ink Armor Iron Rhino, a middle stage 4th level wild beast. Its strength in this region was definitely at the king level. Even if she were to face it, she would only be able to contend with it for a period of time. To kill such a valiant wild beast, it required at least the strength of a 4th level upper stage. "Tang Tian! Tang Tian!" In a daze, Tang Tian faintly heard someone calling him. Hearing that, Tang Tian raised his head, looked at Han Bingning, and asked seriously, "Did I really kill it?" Tang Tian struggled to open his eyes. The glaring sunlight made him subconsciously shrink his eyes. After a while he adapted. He opened his eyes again, and an unfamiliar face entered his eyes. A shopkeeper saw Han Bingning and immediately dropped his work and ran over. Chapter 29. Old Fart Wei still had some private goods. Interesting. As expected, there was a weapon cabinet in the void, and he could open it whenever he wanted. Father Han coughed lightly. "Bingning, I heard that you made a new friend today?" He tried to put the black iron gloves in his hand into the weapon cabinet. As soon as he willed it, the black iron gloves in his hand disappeared. The explosive power within 8 steps was astonishing. "That's right." Han Bingning nodded. Every spirit card requires a martial spirit imprint. As such, the person's martial spirit will be weakened. To nurture and strengthen the martial spirit is something that every martial artist must do. The spirit nucleus is used for that. There are many other uses for the martial spirit, and the more solid the martial spirit is, the less you will be affected by the surrounding environment. How could she like such a man who was boorish, crazy, and always had a confused look on his face? "Hey, young lady Han, let's go. This young man is going to train." "Yes, very good." The shopkeeper nodded. Although compared to Aries constellation and Sagittarius constellation, Fornax constellation is a small constellation, but Fornax constellation has always been known to produce superior weapons. The real Fornax weapons are split into 4 series: the Black Metal series, Bronze series, Silver series, and Gold series. The Black Metal series is extremely durable, and its defense is amazing. Strictly speaking, the 4 series of Fornax weapons are already considered as star treasures, and their value is not low. Father Han and Mother Han looked at each other. The woman's face was full of worries, and the two of them were already worried, but now they were even more worried. Unprecedented. Tang Tian was overjoyed. 8 Steps Overtaking Cicada was a rank 3 light body technique, and it involved more techniques to use true power. Among the rank 3 light body techniques, the explosive power of 8 Steps Overtaking Cicada could be ranked in the top 3. Big Brother. Han Bingning regained her senses from her thoughts and subconsciously said, "Yes, he is quite an interesting person." The Crane-style Chi manual was indeed the true inheritance of the Crane sect. Tang Tian immediately felt that there was something else in his body. Han Bingning's expression froze, and she frowned. "Why would I like him?" As usual, Han Bingning returned home. Even so, Tang Tian, who was still in a state of shock, glared and roared, "Powerful my ass!" Tang Tian had finally mastered the aerial wood stake, so he began to practice the 8 Steps Overtaking Cicada. Tang Tian looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression. Could it be that something wasn't right? Tang Tian was full of ambition. Han Bingning didn't know what to say for a while, so she simply changed the topic. "Do you want money or something else?" "I have a weapon." Tang Tian shook his head and took it out of his backpack. "What?" Tang Tian quickly asked. Behind her, Father Han and Mother Han were having a heated discussion. Only a hearty victory was worthy of a godlike man. His true power could be used more freely. Han Bingning didn't know what to say. She looked at her parents speechlessly. After a few days, the scabs on Tang Tian's body fell off completely, revealing new skin without any scars. Tang Tian extended his hand without hesitation. "I want this." "Daughter," Mother Han couldn't help but say, "although I know you like Chie Shangguan, but don't you like her man too?" Whoosh! Little Nan borrowed the force and flew in a high parabola in the air, pouncing towards Tang Tian from afar. Little Nan's cheers came out from the sea of bamboos. A pink figure, borrowing the elasticity of the bamboos, was like a little meatball, bouncing around the sea of bamboos at lightning speed. Tang Tian was enlightened. No wonder only 4th level and above can create spirit cards. Little Nan's mouth flattened, her eyes filled with tears. Nan just learned light body techniques. Every day, Tang Tian would be drenched in sweat. Not far from him, Nan would be hugging snacks and eating happily. Dried meat, candied fruits, nuts. Her little pocket seemed to be endless. Father Han and Mother Han looked at each other again. This time, the worry in their eyes spread to their faces. Interesting. Since when did their daughter praise someone interesting? Their daughter had been in school for so many years, but she had never praised any boy interesting in front of them. Tang Tian returned to the jaded, swamp sea of bamboos and started to train his shoddy light body techniques. He did not even know how he won against the ink-black iron rhino the last time. The scabs on his body were almost all over his body. If not for little Nan's bamboo queen bee wax, he would probably be on his last breath. First time. If it's something used for training, like Star Rocks, it can increase the speed of your true power training. But it's not recommended for those below the 4th level. If you use Star Rocks too early, your foundation will not be good, and it will not be good for your future. The shopkeeper quickly said, "If it's a weapon, Aries constellation standard little white goat sword, Sagittarius constellation small Sagittarius bow, are both very good." The black metal gloves kept disappearing and reappearing on his hands. He was playing with them happily like a child. Other things? Tang Tian was immediately interested. "What can I exchange for?" Tang Tian shook his head with a face of confusion. "I don't know. You don't know about cultivating martial spirits." Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian. The Aquarius Martial Cabinet can store 6 weapons and can also store some miscellaneous items, but the capacity is limited. This is the Aquarius Constellation's entry-level star treasure, which is also known as the Small Martial Cabinet. The shopkeeper's tongue was glib. With it, you can say goodbye to your luggage, and travel is convenient. If you are an all-rounder, then you should have such a weapon cabinet. It will not be stolen, It will not be lost. With just a thought, the weapon will fly into your hands. Any young man with ambition should have an Aquarius Marshall cabinet. Really? Really? Little Nan Nan's face lit up, and the tears disappeared without a trace. Completely from the bottom of my heart. Tang Tian saw that the situation was not good, and his face was full of smiles. Yeah, I say, no wonder the young lady flying through the sky is so heroic and graceful. Sounds powerful. Tang Tian nodded his head as if he understood. Han Bingning's expression was sluggish. She was already regretting it. But to the crane body, it was not a difficult matter. Although he could not recall the fierce battle, Tang Tian quickly realized the crane body in his body had become more solid, although his true power did not increase by much. But after the crane body became stronger, Tang Tian realized with just a thought his true power would gather like 1,000 tides, surging endlessly. Han Bingning's father stared. Jie Shangguan? What's wrong with Jie Shangguan? Our family's Bingning, compared to Jie Shangguan, is not one bit inferior. At most, we will compete. Compete? Why are you talking about competition? How can Tang Tian, that kind of rascal, be worthy of our daughter? There's a problem. You have the Fornax black metal gloves. You will definitely not be interested in ordinary goods. The shopkeeper laughed. But there is a very interesting star treasure here. Aquarius Constellations, Aquarius Marshall Cabinet. The shopkeeper took out a necklace. On the necklace, there was a small bottle the size of a pinky, sparkling and translucent, with a beautiful and warm luster. At the last step, Tang Tian fiercely stepped on the ground. His body pounced forward. Like a fish, he dangerously grabbed onto little Nan Nan. But the weakness was obvious. The consumption of true power was high, not suitable for long-distance travel. It was a classic light body technique. Interesting, what made Tang Tian even more surprised was, with the crane body strength, his true power was like a drum. After 8 continuous steps, his true power did not show any signs of exhaustion. Fornax black metal gloves. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Good weapon. The Fornax Constellations black metal gloves are rare. There are not many produced every year. It is very difficult to buy. I did not expect you to have the means to get it. Han Bingning face-bombed. She could not bear to look. She suddenly regretted bringing this clown to her family's shop. Her mind was still recalling the past few days. The more she thought about it, the more she found it hard to understand. Makes sense. Makes sense. Old man, you are really far-sighted. Mother Han was enlightened. She slapped her thighs. No, we have to find a chance. We have to investigate. Tang Tian quivered, his right leg kicked. He ran, his eyes wide open. His cheeks puffed up. He used all his strength to run forward. More importantly, the shopkeeper stuck out a finger. Your item can be exchanged for one. Han Bingning's eyes flashed. When you reach the 4th level, you will have a martial spirit, which contains your understanding of various martial techniques. We will imprint a part of the martial spirit on the card, which is the current spirit card. What do you mean by the heart? Short-sighted. How many people can kill a middle stage 4th level ink black iron rhino? Looking at it now, Jie Shangguan is the best. Think about it. To be able to see Tang Tian's potential so early, it is really not easy. Is it very powerful? Tang Tian's eyes lit up. The small bottle was placed in his palm. When Tang Tian instigated his true power into the small bottle immediately turned into a ray of light and entered Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian was immediately energized. Don't be anxious. Father Han's eyes flashed with a deep and far-sighted light. Let's not beat the grass and scare the snake. Our daughter is thin-skinned. If we keep talking about her, she will definitely not be able to take it. After playing, Tang Tian placed Brother Stonehead's black iron gloves into the Aquarius Marshall cabinet contentedly. He clenched his fist and made an expression of determination. Yo, young man Tang, you are really strong. You still don't understand? Who else has our daughter praised? With her cold personality, she finally found someone she likes and you still don't encourage her? Don't tell me you want our daughter to not marry for the rest of her life? Why don't you think about it? Is she someone who forced herself to marry? But what Tang Tian did not expect was that the aerial wooden stake training made him want to vomit blood. But the 8 steps overtaking Cicada was extremely fast. After half a day, Tang Tian suddenly realized that the 8 steps overtaking Cicada was a test of the usage of true power. Big Brother is so powerful. Little Nan happily clapped her meaty palms. The parabola swept past his head without any intention of stopping. Wah, 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 Big Brother, quickly catch me. The satisfied Tang Tian waved his hand, not taking away a single cloud. It was better to have this kind of victory a few times less. She could not do anything to her parents, and could only say, I am going to train my sword. Chapter 30. Han Bingming was shocked. Principal, you don't have to. Everyone is working hard. Star Wind Martial Meets preliminary competition, although it was often hailed as a breeding ground for black horses. But it was actually a competition ground for low-leveled competitors. The real experts with a bit of fame would be selected as seeded competitors and directly enter the main competition. The cold laughter made Amari immediately become well-behaved like a good baby. Every generation of the Crane sect, who knows how many people spend their entire lives searching for ways to train the crane body. The middle-aged lady said seriously, Crane's spiritual master was able to rely on his own strength to create the heavenly crane constellation. How valiant was he! In the past 300 years, other than Lion King Leong, who subdued the raging Lionheart sword and established the supreme hegemony of Leo constellation, who else could accomplish such a feat? To be able to rely on his own strength in heaven's road, to create his own constellation, are all heaven-defying experts. Their true teachings are the world's top martial arts. She regretted bringing the ink scale armor today. Old Fartway shouted as though he was injected with chicken blood. Young man, for the great revival of Caramel Academy, fight. There are so many people in the preliminary competition. Amari was shocked. Tang Tian? The middle-aged lady shook her head. I have never heard of him. Seems like he is really new. Bingning, you must be careful against this person. You must not let your guard down. The crane body has a special characteristic that very few people know, and that is its chi is long and its endurance is astonishing. The crane chi is continuous, curling in spirals. When boss Liang Qiu said to watch the preliminary competition, Ming Guang felt that it was inconceivable. Preliminary competition? What did the preliminary competition have to do with them? They were all seeded competitors. Ming Guang was ranked 10th in the Beast Academy, so of course he did not need to go through the preliminary competition. Oh, Tang Tian replied, and subconsciously walked in the direction that little Nan pointed. Old Fartway jumped up as though his tail was stepped on. Amari, you actually don't have any other thoughts about the school situation? Shouldn't your blood be boiling and fight to change the school's predicament? Tang Tian's eyelids were extremely heavy, and as long as he found a place, he would be able to fall asleep. Last night, he had just gone through a round of bitter cultivation. After 10 days of bitter cultivation, he was completely exhausted. In the end, not long after he fell asleep, he was pulled up by Old Fartway to participate in the preliminaries. What made them even more surprised was that Senior Wang Zhen actually had a face of approval. Tian Lin and Ming Guang looked at each other. They couldn't figure out what went wrong with the two seniors. The Star Wind Martial Meet was Star Wind City's biggest festival. Not only did the various academies of Star Wind City participate in the martial meet, there were also many martial artists that came from other places. The Star Wind Martial Meet was not only limited to students, it was an open competition. The generous prizes attracted a large number of foreign martial artists. My God, am I seeing things? Isn't that Liang Qiu, my idol? Tang Tian yawned and turned to leave. Amari looked at Old Fartway sympathetically and turned to look for the competition grounds. The number of pedestrians on the streets was several times more than usual, and almost all the inns were overcrowded. The four of them went in two different directions. This change was out of everyone's expectations. Some of the students who were not participating in the competition followed behind. A beautiful middle-aged lady, with a small piece of ink scale in her hand, had a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. The opponent and the judge had not arrived yet. Without saying a word, Tang Tian fell asleep. His head had just touched the ground, and loud snoring sounds immediately rose and fell. Bang! A fist fell from the sky and heavily smashed on his head. Liang Qiu turned a blind eye to these gazes and said indifferently, "I'm going to see a Maori." The students who participated in the preliminaries were all from ordinary academies. Seeing their idol, they were extremely excited. Suddenly, the middle-aged lady thought of a question that had been ignored for a long time. "Bing Ning, who is this person? Could it be that I have not been out for a long time? When did Star Wind City have a new genius? Fundamental Tang, are you excited?" A Maori turned to ask Tang Tian. Crane body energy? Han Bingning had never heard of this name before. Star Wind Martial Meet has preliminaries? A Maori was surprised. Why didn't I know about it? Practice minute collapsing fist. Tang Tian continued to yawn, his expression sluggish. Liang Qiu's weird suggestion made Tianlin and Mingguang feel weird. Senior Liang Qiu was the most popular candidate for the champion of Star Wind Martial Meet, and he actually came to watch the preliminaries? The Crane sect has lost its true inheritance and has been in decline for many years. The position of the heavenly crane constellation in the past is something you can imagine now. The middle-aged lady was full of emotions. She shook her head and sighed. Never did I expect to see the true inheritance of the Crane sect here. No way. The middle-aged lady waved her hand and straightforwardly interrupted Han Bingning's words. In this period of time, I have been too lax. I want to lead by example and fight on the front lines. Wang Zhen nodded. I'm going to see Tang Tian. No matter what, she could not connect the rude and unruly fellow with the current world's strongest martial artists. Tianlin and Mingguang looked at each other. Tianlin followed boss Liang Qiu, while Mingguang followed boss Wang Zhen. The number of martial artists participating in this year's martial meet was the highest ever. On the light body technique ropeway outside the city, there were many figures stepping on all kinds of light body techniques, shuttling back and forth. When the four of them arrived at the venue, they were immediately frightened by the terrifying flow of people. The densely packed human flow, bustling with activity, and the astonishing sound waves rumbled. Tang Tian and Amari were dumbstruck. They wanted to see what kind of competition could actually attract the four-seated participants. She passed the ink scale to Han Bingning and said, "The Crane sect's mental cultivation technique is called Crane-style Qi Manual. Crane-style Qi Manual is cryptic and hard to understand. The difficulty of training is extremely high. The true inheritance of Crane-style Qi Manual is called the Crane body. It is rumored upon training the Crane body, the true power will be as sharp as a crane's beak. The destructive power will be extremely strong. So it is also called the Crane body energy. I don't know what happened in the Crane sect, but they lost the true inheritance, and now no one knows how to train the Crane body. I never thought I would actually see it here." Old Fartway's expression was not good. "Amari, if you lose the competition today, hee. So powerful?" Han Bingning's beautiful eyes widened. The principal's tone was filled with praise, which was extremely rare. "What's there to see in the preliminary competition?" Ming Guang mumbled. He did not dare to speak loudly. For these four experts to appear in the preliminary competition, it was such a strange thing. Oh, that's right, the third last rank school should start fighting from the preliminary competition. Amari's face was suddenly enlightened. Han Bingning's face was slightly pale. The principal was a real training maniac. Once he started training, It would be a nightmare for her to supervise the training. After a long time, she retracted her gaze. But since the two big bosses had spoken, they could only obediently obey. Time passed quickly as the Star-Wind martial meet approached. Star-Wind City became lively. Heavenly Crane Constellation? Han Bingning was surprised. She had heard of this constellation before, but it was a very obscure constellation. Why would a Beast Academy student need to participate in the preliminary competition? Beast Academy is such a famous school. Of course, they don't need to participate in the preliminary competition. Old Fartway said, "Our recent situation is not too good. We have to start from the preliminary competition." "Hey, Old Fart, why did you pull us here so early? You're delaying our sleep time." Tang Tian complained as he walked. Little Nan Nan sat on his shoulder, her face full of satisfaction as she ate her snacks. The middle-aged lady muttered to herself, "He should have only obtained the mental cultivation technique. If not, he would not have trained in the minute-collapsing fist, although this minute-collapsing fist is rather mature. But compared to the Crane Sect's martial techniques, it is still lacking." Hall 3897. A large number of martial artists participated, causing the Star-Wind martial meet to become even more lively and attractive. Many people specially came from faraway cities to Star-Wind City to observe the martial meet. This is the crane body energy. The middle-aged lady put down the ink scale. "Yes, very few people know about it now." The middle-aged lady muttered, "The Crane Sect originated from the Crane spiritual master. Today's heavenly crane constellation is the constellation he opened up in Heaven's Road. The Crane spiritual master's background is unknown. It is highly possible that he is a descendant of the ancient Eastern sections. Non-seated participants all have to start from the preliminary competition." Old Fartway was very calm. He took out a piece of paper from his bosom, lowered his head, and looked through it carefully, his mouth muttering, "Oh, Amari is at Hall 5267. Young Tang is at Hall 3897. Hey, do you see that sign? You guys go check your own venue location. This is your competition pass. Keep it well. Idiot, participate in the preliminary competition." Old Fartway looked at him with disdain. Genius young man. In his eyes, the preliminary competition was just a competition between a few people who did not make the cut. The real experts' competition were all carried out by the seated participants. Nan Nan sat on Tang Tian's shoulder, looking around. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Grabbing onto Tang Tian's hair with all her might, the other hand pointed to the right front, shouting, "Big brother, there!" It was all because of that damn Tang Tian. But everyone did not understand such an expert. Why would he come to watch the preliminary competition? There must be an inside story. Han Bingning's mouth twitched. She forcefully endured. "It's Caramel Academy's Tang Tian. What did you do last night?" Old Fartway asked curiously. Han Bingning did not reply. The middle-aged lady suddenly stood up, muttering to herself, "Seems like I have been too relaxed recently. From today onwards, I will personally supervise your training. Minute collapsing fist? That is too exciting. Fundamental Tang. Let us fight to our heart's content." With Chia, Amari raised his blade and shouted. The students at the venue were all discussing. These four people were all Star-Wind City's academies. All of them were famous experts. As for Liang Qiu and Wang Zhen, they were idol-level experts with countless of admirers. Han Bingning's cherry lips slightly opened. She was flabbergasted. She felt that the principal was getting more and more ridiculous. "I want to sleep." Tang Tian yawned. Liang Qiu, Wang Zhen, Tianlin, Mingguang hiss. What is the Beast Academy trying to do? Only 4 of the top 10 are here? Don't tell me the Beast Academy has some amazing people participating in the preliminary competition? The 4 of them lined up, appearing in the venue, and immediately caused a commotion. Liang Qiu had an indifferent temperament, Wang Zhen was deep and honest, Tianlin was arrogant and cold, Mingguang was lively and handsome, The four of them had different temperaments, but they formed a striking scene. Chapter 31. Kai Shui and He Xiaoqin quickly ran over. Huh. The spectators who were originally blocking the stands immediately turned pale and turned their heads to look at Sima Xiangshan in fear. Why is she here? At the entrance of the stands, there was an impenetrable crowd. They could not squeeze in. The five of them did not expect that the stands for the preliminaries would be so small. It could only accommodate 200 to 300 people. Their competition venue could accommodate thousands of people. That was why they thought of disguising themselves, hoping to not attract attention. Please make way. Sima Xiangshan's voice was soft, but it could be heard by everyone. Low profile, low profile. Sima Xiangshan lowered his voice. He was wearing a woman's mask with heavy makeup on his face. He was dressed gorgeously. Those who did not know would think that he was a woman. The rumbling came to an abrupt stop. The expressions of the excited crowd instantly froze on their faces. Sima Xiangshan, what kind of person was worth Brother Jin making a trip here? Mingguang suddenly lowered his voice. Brother Jin, there seems to be a lot of people following behind. In the dead silence, Tang Tian opened his eyes in a daze. Shen Yuan had just come out from his closed-door training when he was dragged by Boss Sima. He. Behind the thick mask, there was a creepy laughter. Sima Xiangshan seemed to have discovered something interesting. A large group of people rushed in. When they saw Wang Zhen and Mingguang, their eyes lit up. They surrounded them. The small stands were filled with people. To watch the preliminaries, such a lame excuse. How could the principal agree to it? Kai Shui and He Xiaoqin stared at the two people from Crystal Sky Academy. Crystal Sky and Northern Yen, the first and second place, naturally would not have a friendly relationship. Wang Zhen sensed something. He turned his face and looked at the entrance of the stands. Everyone was familiar with each other. They had fought against each other countless times. Wang Zhen was one of the big shots of Beast Academy. Everyone's status and experience were similar. Sima Xiangshan. Then they saw Wang Zhen and Mingguang. His strong strength and weird personality made him an existence that everyone feared. Big brother Sima, we don't have to be so sneaky, right? Xin Yuan touched the mask on his face and couldn't help but say, Let's go and see the guy who defeated you. Sima Xiangshan's voice came from behind the mask, revealing an indescribable hair-raising feeling, causing goosebumps to appear all over Xin Yuan's body. But no one would think so. However, in a venue that could only accommodate 200 people, these 5 people could no longer be described as eye-catching. They were like the bright moon in the dark night, so eye-catching that they couldn't be any more eye-catching. Suddenly, Sima Xiangshan stopped in his tracks and turned around. Why are there so many people? Xin Yuan's face was filled with astonishment. This was only the preliminary round, but the viewing platform was actually filled with people. This was too illogical. The two sides, who were at daggers drawn, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Senior Sister Han suddenly brought them to the principal, saying that they were going to watch the Star Wind Martial Meet preliminaries. At that time, their hearts were filled with worry. If Senior Sister wanted to find an excuse to leave the school, she should have found a more reliable excuse. 3 mysterious veiled women and 2 mysterious masked men suddenly appeared on the small viewing platform, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Tang Tian drowsily looked at the viewing platform that was filled with people. Suddenly, he noticed Han Bingning on the viewing platform. Isn't Senior Sima here too? Han Bingning's voice was as cold as ice, without the slightest fluctuation. Dezhen, you always make things difficult for me. Sima Xiangshan sighed helplessly and took off his mask. Han Bingning's face did not seem to have any fluctuations, but in a place where others couldn't see, the fingers that were holding the sword had turned white. Senior Sister, which competition are we going to watch? Kai Shui asked curiously. Xin Yuan's gaze landed on Boss Sima's mask, and he felt a wave of nausea. Boss Sima's hobby was always so strange. Luckily, his own mask was still relatively normal, just an ordinary clown mask. Shen Yuan's eyelids twitched, and his expression changed slightly. In the entire Starwind City, there were only two people who could contend against Boss Sima, Han Bingning and Liang Qiu. Shen Yuan had fought with Boss Sima many times before, and Boss Sima's strength made him unable to muster up the courage to resist. Tang Tian's spirit was roused, and he immediately raised his arm up high, waving it towards the viewing platform, and shouted loudly. Sima Xiangshan moved to the side and made a please gesture. When the others on the viewing platform heard this, their ears immediately perked up. Wang Zhen's tone was so familiar. Then these 5 people must not have simple backgrounds. Everyone's gaze turned towards Han Bingning. Cruel, ruthless, temperamental, neurotic. These 4 words made that devilish mask suddenly seem to have an additional frightening luster. What kind of preliminary competition was this? Boss Sima's strength was unfathomable. Even the always strict principal looked at him in a different light. No matter if it was Sima Xiangshan or Han Bingning, they were all speechless by Wang Zhen's words. Couldn't this guy just pretend not to know? Kai Shui and He Shaoqin said at the same time. Sima Xiangshan's footsteps were extremely light, so light that there was no sound at all. His figure suddenly seemed to be covered with a layer of faint black halo, and an extremely dangerous aura instantly enveloped the entire audience. In the deafening sound, Han Bingning's expression was indifferent, and she did not move an inch. The viewing platform immediately exploded. Oh, probably not. Wang Zhen replied. Interesting. Behind the veil, Han Bingning's tone was like frost, and her beautiful eyes flashed a trace of playfulness. Miss Bingning, it has nothing to do with us. Mingguang did not know where Brother Zhen's confidence came from. Mingguang's heart was already very curious, although Brother Zhen's temper was quite good, but to specially come to the venue to watch a preliminary competition, this kind of thing had never happened before. Not far behind him, 3 women wearing veils and bamboo hats looked over from afar. Both sides just stared at each other from afar. But Starwind City, when did such a powerful person appear? Oh, it's okay. Wang Zhen casually replied. His gaze was fixed on Tang Tian, who was sleeping in the corner of the viewing platform. Kai Shui was like a little bird that escaped from its cage, extremely cheerful. Although she was wearing a veil on her face, her youthfulness and liveliness could not be concealed. Senior's sister is too powerful. The principal actually agreed to let us out. This is really unexpected. Wang Zhen recognized the 2 at a glance, and his face was puzzled. Why are you dressed like this? Seems like this, Wang Zhen casually said. Voila! Kai Shui and He Shaoqin were confused watching the battle. What was there to watch in the preliminary competition? All the bad feelings that Mingguang had previously had immediately disappeared. He was just about to put on an incomparably handsome pose when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the viewing platform's entrance. What a coincidence! I never thought that Miss Bingning would also be interested in Tang Tian. Sima Xiangshan laughed, his voice carrying an indescribable creepiness. Kai Shui and He Shaoqin's eyes flashed with shock. The 2 of them could not help but look at each other in dismay. If it was said that before they still did not understand why their senior sister would bring them to watch the preliminary competition, and why the principal would agree to let them go, then now, when they found out that Tianjing Sima Xiangshan had personally come, they understood that there must be some powerful person here. And Han Bingning was an expert that could directly confront Boss Sima. Wang Zhen and Mingguang were the first to arrive. The viewing platform was empty. Mingguang looked around the viewing platform. Brother Zhen, did we really come to the right place? Shen Yuan was stunned, but immediately reacted and suddenly turned around. Where did these people come from? The entire audience was dead silent. The surging tide of people made Mingguang's scalp tingle. Brother Zhen, they really came. A lot of people. Wang Zhen replied, "Don't worry, it definitely has nothing to do with us." Senior Wang Zhen. Han Bingning politely greeted, simply taking off her veil and bamboo hat. Kai Shui and He Shaoqin, seeing this, also took off their veils and bamboo hats. "Come, let's go in." Wang Zhen did not even turn his head and walked into the viewing platform. For the first time, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Then allow me to open the way for Miss Bingning." Sima Xiangshan laughed. He took a step forward and walked towards the viewing platform entrance. Everyone subconsciously opened up a path. "Aha, young lady, are you here to witness the first battle of a godlike young legend?" "Waha, young lady, your eyes are really on point. Ever since Jie Shengguan left Star Wind City." Sima Xiangshan had always occupied the throne of Star Wind City's #1. But unlike Jie Shengguan, who was loved by many, Sima Xiangshan's notoriety could stop a baby from crying. Han Bingning. Sima Xiangshan softly said to himself. Han Bingning nodded at him to show her gratitude, then walked along the empty path towards the viewing platform. The people along the way subconsciously avoided her. Ming Guang watched and shook his head. The viewing platform was pitifully small. There was not a single person. There were too many preliminaries starting at the same time, and the standard was relatively low, so there was basically no audience. Usually it was the contestant's family or something like that. Sima Xiangshan. Han Bingning's cold voice made Kai Shui and He Shaoqin's faces change. But what they never thought was the principal actually agreed and even told them to watch the battle. "Let's go." Han Bingning coldly threw down these two words, then took the lead and walked forward. Although there's nothing to see in the preliminaries, but it's good to come out and get some fresh air. He Shaoqin was also quite happy. Over the past few days, the principal had personally supervised their cultivation, and almost everyone had complained incessantly. Sima Xiangshan glanced at them. Then with Xin Yuan, they disappeared into the crowd. Han Bingning was about to answer. Suddenly, her heart felt something. She stopped and looked forward. Kai Shui and He Shaoqin, who were beside her, noticed something strange, followed Han Bingning's gaze with a vigilant face. Their gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce through the thin veil. "Excuse me, are you Beast Academy's student Mingguang?" A beautiful girl, squeezed over, looked at Mingguang with a face of worship. Sima Xiangshan's face was all smiles. His appearance was very ordinary. He even looked a bit gentle and easy to talk to. "Goddess." In the dead silence, Tang Tian's shout spread throughout the audience. The cold and panicky atmosphere was suddenly swept away. Panic spread like a plague, climbing up the faces of these people, all the way to the depths of their eyes. At this time, Northern Yen Academy's Han Bingning and the other two came to their side. Not far away, two guys wearing masks were watching them. Senior's sister. Chapter 32. Han Bingning squinted her eyes, and beside her, Kai Shui and He Shaoqin's faces became much more serious. Chaotic splitting wind rod technique. Wang Zhen was also somewhat surprised. This type of rod technique is rarely practiced by people. "Young man, you don't know what kind of baptism I have experienced. The best time to break the chaotic splitting wind rod technique is his first few strikes. At that time the power of the rod has not been fully displayed. Now that the power of the rod is layered, it is truly powerful and heavy," Wang Jin said. The sound of the rod was deep and resounding, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The long copper rod had not yet touched the ground, but the energy had already split open the ground, causing countless amounts of dirt to fly. "He is Tang Tian. Didn't they say Tang Tian is a trash student?" "Yes." The judge nodded. From the change in the sound of the rod, Tang Tian knew that the power of the rod had increased again. The barefooted youth's figure was completely enveloped by the rod's shadow. "You actually dare to sneak attack." The smile on Tang Tian's face disappeared. He stared at the opponent with an unfriendly face, coldly snorted, "You are finished." Ah, he is Tang Tian? Tang Tian lowered his waist, opened his arms, his 10 fingers locked onto the barefooted youth. Chia, Shangguan, could it be? The barefooted youth's body, like a roly-poly doll, once again fell to the other side, bringing along the rod's power to the side. Although the barefooted youth felt a strong sense of oppression, his eyes did not have a hint of fear. An ominous glint flashed. His figure once again disappeared from Tang Tian's vision. Their senior actually knew this person. Kai Shui and He Shaoqin looked at each other. Their hearts were extremely curious, thinking that the principal had agreed to let them out. Could it be that the principal also knew? Looking at the super luxurious lineup on the viewing platform, 2 of the top 3 experts of Star Wind City had come, although the Beast Academy's Liang Qiu did not come. But Senior Wang Zhen had personally come. It could be seen how important this was. I guess it's true, but pain in the balls? You've underestimated the big boss balls. Their entire bodies are made of copper and iron, and even their balls are made of steel. His upper body was naked, and his lower body was only wearing a pair of simple animal skin shorts. His skin was dark and had a hint of metallic luster. His feet were bare, and he held a copper rod in his hand. The 2 ends of the copper rod were wrapped with a circle of slightly protruding nails. The most impressive thing about him was his eyes. They knew very well what kind of attitude Senior's sister had towards men. Tang Tian stomped hard on the ground with his left foot. His calm face suddenly turned ferocious. He exerted force with his left foot and shot forward like an arrow. The strength of the barefooted youth was not bad. Just as the long copper rod missed, it was as if he had predicted Tang Tian's counterattack. His body fell straight to the side, avoiding Tang Tian's flash fist. At the same time, he shook the tail of his rod, and the body of the rod was like a venomous snake. Pa! It pounced towards Tang Tian. Beside him, there was a freakish power maniac like Housefly Cow. Not to mention, there was also Big Brother Stone, that super freakish road roller. Even if one randomly picked out from the quarry, the momentum of casually waving a big iron hammer would be much more terrifying than this. The barefooted youth's gaze turned to the other side of Tang Tian. The opposite barefooted youth also noticed the change in Tang Tian. His eyes flashed a trace of vigilance. The long copper rod in his hand suddenly straightened, and the rod head pointed directly at Tang Tian. As soon as his voice fell, the barefooted youth disappeared into the air, and a rod wind suddenly appeared behind Tang Tian's head. However, he was not affected by the opponent's rod. In an instant, Tang Tian seemed to have changed into a different person. There was no trace of a smile on his face, and his eyes were calm without a trace of ripples. He opened his arms, and every muscle was angular. The hard lines were full of masculinity. The long copper rod swept past his body. The heavy copper rod was swung up, and the sound of high-speed rotation filled the venue. The gravel and soil on the ground were constantly rolled up and then crushed by the shadow of the rod. What kind of rod technique is this? Ming Guang couldn't help but ask, what a strange way of attacking. Han Bingning's eyes froze. She suddenly remembered the day when Tang Tian faced the ink-black iron rhinoceros. It was the same posture in front of her. The 2 of them retreated a few steps at the same time and once again separated. A swift and fierce figure stepped into the venue. His voice revealed a trace of killing intent. Excuse me, is this venue 3897? I've long been prepared. Tang Tian casually said. Did Tang Tian not want to live anymore? Tang Tian jumped to the side again. The others also noticed the change in Tang Tian. The originally noisy audience immediately quietened down. Flash fist. Could it be that Star Wind City had another extraordinary genius? Senior sister, who is he? Kai Shui asked with a face of curiosity. The barefooted youth once again fell to the side, and the power of the long copper rod increased again. The rod's body became blurry, and it was hard to see with the naked eye. The judge had seen all kinds of contestants. At first glance, He could tell that the barefooted youth in front of him was definitely not a good person. What kind of rod technique was this? Fortunately, at this time, another contestant entered the venue. Only then did the judge regain his senses. Tang Tian was shocked. He did not think that the opponent would start fighting just like that. But his reaction was extremely fast. Bending his waist, he lifted his left leg backwards. The judge hurriedly asked Tang Tian, "Are you ready?" The chaotic splitting wind rod technique requires innate divine strength. It relies on strength to win. Wang Zhan explained, using his body to drive the rod's power. Look at his figure. It looks like he's drunk. But in reality, he's hiding his killing intent. Once the chaotic splitting wind rod technique is used, he'll have the advantage. He's Tang Tian. Han Bingning forced herself to calm down. She tried to calm down the intense feeling of embarrassment from Tang Tian's greeting. Yeah, he's been repeating for 5 years. If he's not a garbage student, then what is he? Tang Tian had already seen some signs. The barefooted youth used his body as the axis to move the rod. Every time he fell, the strength of the copper rod would increase a little. Right now, the barefooted youth was like a high-speed spinning top. The rod's power was heavy and terrifying. As long as it was hit, the opponent would most likely lose their fighting strength. From the looks of it, the barefooted youth's rod was very messy, but it covered a large area. Sima Xiangshan, who was sitting slightly straight, had a flash in his eyes. He sat even straighter. Tang Tian's back leg was blocked by the barefooted youth's rod. Tang Tian had no choice but to jump to the other side. Kai Shui and He Xiaoqin exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The man below was actually Tang Tian, the legendary super retainer who was kicked out of school. The garbage student Tang Tian? The man that Xie Shangguan liked the most, Tang Tian? What a strange martial technique. Huh. Mingguang revealed a look of surprise. Looks like this person's strength is not bad. Sima Xiangshan sat up slightly, while Xin Yuan's face was full of surprise. When the referee entered the arena, he was completely shocked by such a hot scene. He almost wondered if he had gone to the wrong place. The familiar faces in the stands caused his heart to palpitate and his scalp to go numb. Any one of these people, any of their matches would become the hottest match of the day. Then isn't Tang Tian in danger? Mingguang frowned. Wang Jin replied, his combat experience should be very rich. At this time, many people had already recognized that the person below was Tang Tian. Tang Tian's face was calm. Looking forward, his body slightly leaned forward, and his right fist was at the side of his waist. Mingguang heard of this rod technique for the first time and was a little surprised. Why? It feels very powerful. I didn't expect there to be such a strong player in the preliminaries. When the referee saw the player in front of him, his heart trembled. Every step of Tang Tian was extremely heavy, deeply sinking into the soil. Tang Tian also did not expect that his first opponent would be so powerful. Han Bingning's mouth twitched. She resisted the urge to draw her sword and cut the 2 people beside her. She pretended to be indifferent, turned her face, and looked at the 2 seriously. You guys are thinking too much. Actually, I like women. For a veteran referee who had been a referee for more than 5 years, how could he not know these people? The people in the stands were immediately shocked. Such a heavy rod, to clash head-on, was definitely looking for death. Almost at the same time, Tang Tian's squinted eyes suddenly opened. His upper body was like a pendulum, swaying slightly, and his feet stepped backwards. However, the ferocious-looking Tang Tian's eyes were clear and calm. This kind of strength may be suffocating in the eyes of ordinary people, but in his eyes it was not enough. Wang, God, this is the preliminaries? Boom! The barefooted youth's body was like a spinning top, straight and straight in the other direction. The heavy copper rod was once again brought up. Tang Tian's eyes lit up and hurriedly waved his hand. Aha, young man, are you my opponent? Sima Xiangshan, Han Bingning, Wang Zhen, Tang Tian stepped horizontally, as if he was sliding on ice, and brushed past the poisonous, snake-like rod. Hoo hoo hoo! That copper rod was at least 60 pounds, and when it danced it was terrifying. His eyes were focused and all distracting thoughts were thrown to the back of his mind. His opponent was like a whirlwind. Everywhere he went, sand and stones flew. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Tang Tian was like a mad bison, rumbling as he brought along countless splashes of soil, rushing towards the whirlwind. Without warning, Tang Tian's fist drilled out from the barefooted youth's right rib. The barefooted youth's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't hear Tang Tian's words. Like a raging tornado, rumbling and wreaking havoc in the small venue. Although this group of people had lowered their voices, Sima Xiangshan and the others had terrifying hearing, so they heard everything clearly. But when they heard these words that were full of killing power, this group of powerful big shots subconsciously clamped their legs together. Moreover, he seemed to be very familiar with Senior's sister. Kai Shui hesitated, but couldn't help but stutter. Senior's sister, liking Jie Shengguan is nothing but liking her man, this seems. But why did so many big shots come here? Are they so bored that their balls hurt? He's Tang Tian? This point could be seen from Tang Tian's constant dodging. Tang Tian stopped moving and faced the other. He Xiao Qin's temper was much more straightforward. She said with a serious face, "Senior sister, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why pick someone's broken shoes?" Kai Shui and He Xiao Qin's expressions froze on their faces. They were stunned, so shocked that they couldn't speak. The brass-colored rod changed direction like the whirlwind, rumbling towards Tang Tian. This is Kai Shui and He Xiao Qin looked at each other. They knew very well how much Senior's sister worshipped Jie Shengguan. The barefooted youth turned to ask the referee, "Can we start?" Han Bingning turned her face away, as if she hadn't said anything. Swift and fierce, full of killing intent. Bang! Chapter 33. Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyebrows twitched. All of a sudden, he jumped out as if his butt was on fire and waved his right hand with all his might. Wah wah wah! Big brother is the best. Little Nan raised her tender little hands and shouted. Tang Tian's eyes lit up and continued. "I've learned them all, 5 types of martial techniques. Wah! So powerful!" The surroundings immediately quietened down. Everyone's gaze immediately became strange and looked at Tang Tian with sympathy. "Senior sister, what kind of girl do you like?" Kai Shui asked shyly and curiously. As he spoke, Sima Xiangshan's figure unknowingly floated to the exit. He suddenly turned his face and smiled at Tang Tian. "I'm really looking forward to it." The contrast was too big. In comparison, the big shots were much calmer. The so-called enemy, isn't it to be defeated? Tang Tian said matter-of-factly. You know that too? Tang Tian looked as if he had discovered a new continent and looked at Sima Xiangshan with excitement. Suddenly, Tang Tian saw Xin Yuan on the viewing platform and immediately became excited. He waved at Xin Yuan and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Yuan Yuan! Brother Yuan Yuan!" That damned woman, a Maori's brute force, was terrifying, and Ming Guang had personally experienced it. Ming Guang imagined it in his mind. Replacing Tang Tian with a Maori, this was a very normal result. Just that it was really rough. Really barbaric. With the last step, Tang Tian was like a barbaric rhinoceros, heavily stepping on it. Xin Yuan laughed very reluctantly and silently said in his heart, "Are you being sarcastic? Are you being sarcastic? Are you being sarcastic? Brother Yuan Yuan, your spirit card is really good. It's very useful." Tang Tian said sincerely. Kai Shui stared blankly at Tang Tian in the arena. "So powerful!" He waved his hand. "Godlike young man, we'll meet again." Brother Yuan Yuan is too powerful. Even Brother Sure too praised you for matching well. Close combat expert. Wow, wow, wow. Tang Tian said excitedly. Sima Xiangshan's expression became ferocious. He suddenly turned around, and a piercingly cold, killing intent swept towards Tang Tian. Sima Xiangshan. Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian worriedly. She knew that Sima Xiangshan had a very eccentric personality. It was very likely that he would do what he said. Tang Tian shook his head. I don't know. Han Bingning was stunned, and so was everyone else. A deafening crash resounded as Tang Tian's fist collided with the copper rod. The shadows of the staff that filled the sky disappeared, and so did the heart-palpitating sound of the wind. The barefooted youth's high-speed spinning figure seemed to have been forcibly stopped by a force, and he stopped in place. Sima Xiangshan's tone was gentle, but his words sent chills down everyone's spine. Bastard! Xin Yuan's face flushed red. He finally understood what Han Bingning felt. In that instant, his heart was filled with regret. Why did he not take the opportunity to leave? Who is he? Tang Tian asked Han Bingning curiously. Tang Tian's strength is very strong. He Xiao Qin analyzed seriously. He does not look like the kind of physique that specializes in brute force, but to be able to explode with such a powerful force, it means that his technique is very strong. Up until now, he has only used flash, fist technique, and aerial wood stake, which are both rank 2 martial techniques. To be able to defeat his opponent with just a rank 2 martial technique, he is very powerful. He is a formidable opponent for us. Such a solid foundation, it is rare. Sima Xiangshan turned around and asked Xin Yuan, I heard that he practiced fundamental martial techniques for 5 years. But to be able to fight to a draw with a Maori, he was a real freak. Han Bingning suddenly said, Do you know who he is? When Nan Nan helped Tang Tian apply the bamboo queen bee glue, Tang Tian's wrinkled face finally relaxed. He ran to the stands and waved his arms at Han Bingning and shouted, Hey, young lady, are you shocked by this godlike young man? So painful, so painful. Wang Zhen nodded his head at Tang Tian and left with a face full of admiration. Borrowing this force, Tang Tian's speed increased, and he rushed to the front of the rod. Close quarters combat expert? When Sima Xiangshan heard this term, he interjected with interest. Exhaling, he had long prepared his right fist and punched out. Guangdang! As the distance between the two got closer, Tang Tian's calm and clear eyes began to change. It was as if a flame had suddenly surged out from the depths of his eyes. Hoo! See, so painful. So painful. Just relying on strength to win against the chaotic splitting wind rod technique? This was too funny. The strong contrast between extreme movement and extreme stillness made the spectators feel uncomfortable. This time, Mingguang calmed down and was on par with a Maori's fist. I will cripple your true power and let you sink in defeat forever. It will definitely be wonderful and interesting. Snow Kai lowered her head as if she was thinking about something. The barefooted young man, who was at a loss, did not have any reaction at all. The fist landed solidly on his face. The barefooted young man was like a rhinoceros that had collided with him and flew out. Wang Zhen said, His strength is slightly weaker than a Maori's, but his technique is more outstanding. I have seen the two of them fight, and it was a draw. Suddenly, another fist drilled out from under his face without any warning. Seems like it was right. It was a perfect technique to release his strength. Just comparing muscle strength, he has almost reached the pinnacle. The flash fist is also beautiful. I guess Wang Zhen came for this. Sima Xiangshan praised. With that, he disappeared. Xin Yuan nodded. Yes, that's what the rumors say. All the strength in his body was concentrated in this fist, and it was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Pa, Han Bingning took half a step forward, his palm on the sword at his waist, his eyes drooping. Just like that, when Xin Yuan realized that Tang Tian had appeared in front of him, he had the heart to bang his head against the wall and die. Why was he still here? The clapping awoke the crowd from their thoughts. The one clapping was Sima Xiangshan. He smiled and said, "This is the best sentence I have ever heard." Finished, he turned and left. Flash fist. After a while, the judge reacted and quickly shouted, "Tang Tian wins." Tang Tian said, "The guy who was beaten up by Chie so many times. For this sentence, even if we meet in the competition, I will not kill you." Bang! Once he displayed his rod techniques, he had never lost. There had never been anyone who could defeat him before he was exhausted. He Xiao Qin noticed Kai Shue's strangeness and asked curiously, "Ah, Shue, did you discover something new?" The things that Tang Tian had displayed were too little, and I could only analyze so much. However, to be able to attract so much attention, this Tang Tian really has some skills. This year's martial meet will be interesting. Han Bingning wanted to say something, but nothing came out. She stared at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eyes were clear and calm. There was no fear in his eyes. Ming Guang, Xin Yuan, and the others, the ridicule on their faces, slowly disappeared. They silently chewed on Tang Tian's words. "Darling, bamboo queen be glue." Han Bingning staggered and almost fell. He Xiao Qin also stared. Is he a wild beast? The stands were in an uproar. Chia Shanghai was the eternal pain in Sima Xiangshan's heart. When Chia Shanghai was still in Starwind City, he had always lived in Chia Shanghai's shadow. He had repeatedly tried to challenge Chia Shanghai, but every time he would be beaten miserably by Chia Shanghai. Dang! Shen Yuan's smile was even more forced. He silently said in his heart, "Would I believe it? Would I believe it?" "Smoke bombs are too clumsy," Shen Yuan honestly said. "I'm not sure about that." Han Bingning was about to say something when she heard Tang Tian say, "But as long as they are my enemies, they will be defeated by me." The cold and demonic killing intent could not advance an inch. Han Bingning's heart relaxed. Thinking of Shen Yuan's embarrassment, she said without hesitation, "Let's go back to school." The change was too fast. Just now, they felt that the barefooted youth's rod technique was vigorous and without any flaws. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Tang Tian would win? More importantly, Tang Tian did not seem to use any powerful martial techniques. He just relied on his strength to settle it. Really makes one look forward to it. Sima Xiangshan smiled. "Who knows, we might even exchange blows." Wang Zhen suddenly said, "Sima, if there's anything, let's settle it at the martial meet." Han Bingning also pricked up her ears. She could see that Kai Shui was not right, but she had always been cold and would not take the initiative to speak. "Your expression is so strange. What are you thinking about?" He Xiao Qin felt that it was very strange. All the killing intent suddenly disappeared without a trace. Sima Xiangshan laughed out loud. "You really have guts! This year's martial meet finally has something that can pique my interest." The copper rod flew far away. Can I really say it?" Kai Shui stammered. Sima Xiangshan looked coldly at Tang Tian. Tang Tian maintained his punching posture, his face cold. The entire audience was silent. Kai Shui and He Xiao Qin hurriedly followed. "Then you will definitely be defeated by me." Tang Tian's tone was incomparably firm. The barefooted youth's face revealed a blank expression. He did not understand what exactly had happened. "Say it! What can't you say?" He Xiao Qin casually said, feeling even more strange. Sima Xiangshan, who was at the exit, staggered. Tang Tian maintained his punching posture and let out a long breath. The flames in his eyes slowly subsided. Han Bingning. Ming Guang's mouth was wide open. He blankly stared at the arena. After a while, he blankly asked, This. Tang Tian carried little Nan Nan on his back and quickly jumped up to the viewing platform. Han Bingning was very calm. She had seen Tang Tian wrestle with the ink-black iron rhinoceros before. This kind of result did not surprise her. She just did not think that Tang Tian would use such a simple method to defeat his opponent. How could it be? How could it be The viewing platform that had just been shaken into absolute silence. Now everyone looked sluggishly at Tang Tian, who was jumping around in the arena. His face was twisted in pain. The smile on Shen Yuan's face was stiff. In his heart, he silently said, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Please leave quickly. New discovery?" Kai Shui raised her head with a blank face. Chapter 34. He is Star Wind City Academy's #1 expert. Amari explained. Every student who trained in flash fist technique had a face of disbelief when they heard the result. But as the rumors spread, they began to believe that flash fist technique could actually break chaotic splitting wind rod technique. All the students who trained in flash fist technique were excited. They gathered together and tried to recreate Tang Tian's techniques. Tang Tian was able to use the rank 2 flash fist technique to break the rank 3 chaotic splitting wind rod technique. It was all because of his perfect fundamental martial techniques. And Sima Xiangshan had publicly announced in Crystal Sky Academy that Tang Tian's fundamental martial techniques had already reached a perfect state. No one in Star Wind City could compete with him in terms of muscle strength. Tang Tian continued to immerse himself in training. He was sweating profusely. He was not the least bit affected by the preliminary round, nor was he affected by the upcoming second round. His training was not affected at all. The Zhou family patriarch's eyes were filled with joy. He looked at Zhou Peng with a gratified expression. "I want you to die fair and square in front of everyone." But no matter what the reason was, everyone's attention towards Tang Tian immediately soared. The preliminary round that was originally thought to be boring suddenly had a black horse appear and immediately ignited everyone's passion. Tang Tian's following matches were all dug out by people. Not far away, old Fartway, who had a leisurely face, suddenly froze. His muddy gaze suddenly became deep and countless scenes flashed past his eyes. His mind was suddenly in a trance. Countless killing and shouts seemed to ring in his ears. "Even if I die, I must win." Everyone shook their heads. This type of training was not desirable. Everyone thought that there was some secret hidden within, but they realized there was no secret at all. This was what the teacher had told them on the first day of school. Tang Tian was also panting. His face was puzzled. Why not? Compared to the previous year's preliminary round, no one paid attention to it. This year, on the first day of the preliminary round, there was a sensational match. All the higher-ups of the Zhou family gathered together. Everyone's gaze landed on Zhou Peng, who was slowly walking in. Zhou Peng's steps were calm, and his expression was calm. He enjoyed the gazes. "Housefly cow, you will definitely win." Tang Tian shouted with a serious expression. Clenching his fists tightly, Tang Tian stared at Amari's flushed face and squeezed out one sentence after another. "Even if we die, we must win." This was a big secret. Amari's face turned red from Tang Tian's words. 5 years of basic martial technique training to be able to reach this stage. People suddenly realized they did not know how to weigh whether this was worth it or not. Using 5 years of time to exchange for the rank 2 flash fist to counter the rank 3 chaotic splitting wind technique. What was the point? In 5 years' time, as long as one's talent was not too bad, they would be able to cultivate rank 3 martial techniques. Amari's head buzzed. His eyes stared blankly as he murmured. Old Fart Wei suddenly laughed silently, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tang Tian once again entered everyone's line of sight. This was the first time Tang Tian was not the target of ridicule. The attention of many big shots was enough to explain everything. There were so many preliminary rounds, but only 2 of them attracted attention. One was Tang Tian and the other was Amari. Liang Qiu's appearance on the stage for Amari's match was seen as a senior's concern for his junior. As for Amari, as the former 7th-ranked expert of Beast Academy, no one doubted his strength. In everyone's eyes, he was no different from a seeded player. The main character of this match was Star Wind City's famous super retainer, Tang Tian. What do you mean you don't know? Tang Tian widened his eyes and shouted, "You will definitely win. You must win. There is nothing to be afraid of. Don't tell yourself that losing is nothing. Victory, as long as you win. The hardships you put in are never less than anyone else. There is no such thing as a matter of course victory. Saying that as long as you try your best, you will not regret it is all a lie. Those who say this, they did not even use all their strength. So much sweat, so much hard work for what? Is it to retreat when fighting? To tell yourself that you have already tried your best and then accept defeat? Those are all excuses. Those are all bullshit. Only by winning can you tell the world that you have been here before." Amari was silent for a moment and suddenly raised his head. "My goal is to be able to meet Big Brother Liang Qiu and then defeat him." "Your tone is really big to actually dare to speak like that to Sima Xiangshan." Amari panted. "Housefly cow." Tang Tian looked at Amari seriously. "This martial meet is a very good opportunity. Let it be the start of our Zhou family's rise again." The great clan elder was equally proud. "Let whatever Sima Xiangshan become our Zhou family's stepping stone." "That's right." Amari nodded his head. Everyone once again suspected that Tang Tian did not use Flash Fist, but some other rank 3 martial technique similar to Flash Fist. But this deduction made the new students excited. They all raised their spirits and seriously trained in the fundamental martial techniques that they originally thought were useless. He could feel the envy, jealousy, shock, and disbelief in everyone's eyes, and a smile quietly appeared on his face. Bang! Once this decision was announced, it was immediately welcomed by everyone. Tang Tian asked curiously, "Housefly cow, what is your goal this time?" The great clan elder coughed lightly, breaking the silence. His turbid gaze landed on Zhou Peng, and he said in a deep voice, "Very good. This is how our Zhou family's young master should be. No matter what prejudice I had against you in the past, but now I acknowledge your identity as the successor of the Zhou family." Amari. Everyone suddenly remembered that Tang Tian had trained in fundamental martial techniques for 5 years. Everyone could not help but be silent. When many people heard this news, they thought they had heard wrongly. But everyone who had personally witnessed the match would enthusiastically introduce the match to their friends around them. In the extremely luxurious viewing platform, every name would cause a wave of exclamations. He lowered his head to look at his palms. The palms that used to be white were now covered with calluses. He muttered to himself, as though he was deeply moved and praised, "Truly a perfect work of art." 3 famous schools, not one was left out. There was one more person, Tang Tian. "Young master, the great clan elder invites you in." The servant respectfully said. The teacup smashed heavily on the floor, smashing into pieces, and the shards flew everywhere. "It's all because of that bastard, Zhou Peng." And Tang Tian's use of Flash Fist to break the opponent's chaotic splitting wind rod technique set off a wave of discussion. There were not many people who trained in chaotic splitting wind rod technique, but the difficulty of this rod technique was well known. In comparison, the number of students who trained in Flash Fist was as many as the hairs on a cow. You have the talent that makes people envious. You have already been reborn. Although I know I will not be able to see that day, but I still hope that the Zhou family will flourish in your hands. What a wonderful feeling. It was only until the whispers of a few elders on the viewing platform gradually spread that everyone came to a realization. Zhou Peng was expressionless. The current him was a completely different person from before. His fair skin was tanned, and his puffy eyes were now like a poisonous snake's triangular eyes, radiating light, cold, and sharp. "Even if I die, I must win. I don't know." Amari was a little hesitant. Andrew Academy's principal's office. The principal's roar caused the students who passed by to be alarmed. Flash Fist was only a rank 2 martial technique, while chaotic splitting wind rod technique was a rank 3 rod technique. The difference in levels was like a huge chasm that could not be crossed. Only old fart Wei's face was carefree, as though the matter did not concern him. The students of the sword arts class collectively missed Tang Tian. Zhou Peng retracted his gaze, and his lips curled into a playful smile. It was as though he was mocking and looking down on Zhou Peng. The smile disappeared in a flash. He gently adjusted his collar, took a step forward, and walked to the competition grounds. I finally know the wonderful feeling of having power. It is more intoxicating than living a life of luxury. Fundamental martial techniques. The hall was silent. Only the great clan elder's voice resounded. Maybe this guy would really become an amazing person in the future. After a short break, the two of them sat paralyzed on the floor, letting their sweat drip freely. Even if I die, I must win. Tang Tian, this asshole. Tang Tian suddenly tilted his head. That means if I defeat him, I will be the strongest person in Star Wind City Academy. Tang Tian suddenly understood. No wonder Chia always beat him up, so beating him up can get first place. Only Tang Tian, like a dark horse, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Until now, people still did not understand. Why did he enter the sights of the elders? If only senior Tang Tian was still here. But no matter how much they racked their brains, they could not do it. Just the people on the viewing platform could already organize an extremely entertaining and high-level competition. Tang Tian's second match would be held 2 days later, and regarding Tang Tian's bet, all the various banks had already opened, accepting bets. Seeing this, the martial meets organizers immediately changed Tang Tian's competition venue to a large one, to prevent a repeat of the previous time, where the viewing platform was filled, and the entrance was blocked so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Such treatment could only be seen in the main competition's popular matches. I want him to die without a burial ground. Zhou Peng smiled confidently, but the fists in his sleeves were quietly clenched. Amari was also training with all his might. He did not expect that Big Brother Liang Qiu would actually personally watch his match. Big Brother Liang Qiu was his idol, and was also the person he was determined to defeat. Thinking of the familiar figure on the viewing platform, Amari's entire body seemed to be filled with endless energy. Zhou Peng bowed slightly and said with a trace of arrogance, "That's right, the Zhou family will definitely flourish." Amari raised his head in shame. Chapter 35. The spectators were in an uproar. They had never seen such a peculiar martial technique before. This was an opponent that no one dared to look down on. It was a blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Di-Han squinted his eyes, looking awe-inspiring. Many of the spectators' faces congealed. Upon announcing the start of the battle, he quickly retreated. The formless true power trembled slightly, and the thin blade disappeared in the air. An undetectable cold light brushed past his nose. The ice-cold intent caused all the hairs on Tang Tian's body to stand. Di-Han walked into the arena expressionlessly. His gaze lingered on Tang Tian for a moment. Then he retracted it. He did not care who his opponent was. He did not care about the voices outside. The densely packed spectators in the stands had no effect on him. Rank 2 martial technique? A cold aura flashed past Di-Han's eyes. The martial technique that he trained in was called drizzle. It was a rank 3 martial technique that was rarely known. It was this martial technique that was passed down from ancient times that made Di-Han a fearsome ambusher. The true power in Di-Han's body could transform into formless true power threads, so he could control the thin blade from any angle. In the corner of the spectator stand, Father Han and Mother Han were wearing wide-brimmed hats. Their faces were almost completely covered. Although it was surprising that flash fist technique could be trained to such a level, but a rank 2 martial technique was still a rank 2 martial technique. Just relying on a rank 2 martial technique to fight against him. That was courting death. Tang Tian's sudden appearance immediately caused a sensation in Andrew Academy. Meng Yu and Lu and looked around. Tang Tian looked at the thin blade floating in the air and could not help but be taken aback. Andrew Academy's #1 expert. In the entire Star Wind City's academy, he could only touch the tail of the top 10. No wonder Meng Yu was so bitter. The true power threads suddenly trembled. Di Han's battle experience was plentiful and definitely far exceeded them. That's good, that's good. Mother Han heaved a sigh of relief, but she quickly became anxious. Old man, you're right. No matter what, we have to help Bing Ning. Bing Ning even said that she likes women. My heart was beating so fast. I've thought about it seriously. No matter how bad Tang Tian is, he's still a man. He's still better than a woman. Meng Yu did not find it strange. About half of Andrel's people will come. Just looking at these experts today made today's trip worth it. He is Tang Tian. Tang Tian probably didn't expect that his opponent wasn't a nobody. Hiss. Many people had heard of Tang Tian, but this was the first time they had seen Tang Tian in person. This. Almost all of the top experts from the top 10 academies appeared on the grandstand. With such a lineup, people didn't know what to say. Meng Yu and Lu and suddenly had the illusion that this was the finals. The crowd was surging. Everything was coming to an end. Flash fist. After a short period of silence, all kinds of discussions broke out. In many professional predictions, Di Han's chances of winning were very shocking. Meng Yu and Lu En were squeezed by the crowd to the point that they couldn't move. Without saying a word, Tang Tian opened the Aquarius Marshall cabinet, and the fornax black metal gloves appeared in his hands. The cold metal feeling made Tang Tian's mind clear up. There are so many people. This level of popularity, compared to the main competition, it's much stronger. Meng Yu could not help but sigh. The referee's palms were all sweaty. It was his first time acting as a referee in front of so many people. But the rules of the martial meet were very simple. Seeing that the two of them were ready, he did not say a word and quickly said, "Begin!" He was once the target of ridicule by everyone. He had trained in fundamental martial techniques for 5 years and was regarded as a student with poor talent. He was the first to repeat a year for 5 years. He was once the target of envy and jealousy. Only he could make Jie Shangguan smile. The most beautiful smile in the entire Star Wind City only belonged to him. Lu and patted Meng Yu's shoulder to comfort him. As his best friend, he knew the pain in Meng Yu's heart. During Jie Shangguan's era, Andrew Guild's #1 expert was dazzling and glorious. Because Andrew Guild's #1 expert was Star Wind City's #1 expert. In comparison, Andrew Guild's #1 expert was like a joke. Suddenly, with a loud shout, Tang Tian's fist disappeared in the air. When the fist suddenly appeared in the air, it was as though it had hit the air. The reason why this competition attracted so many experts, other than Tang Tian, was because of Di Han. Ordinary people might not know of Rain Man Di Han, but in the circle of experts, Di Han was famous. All the experts on the viewing platform had solemn expressions as they stared at Di Han, who was in the arena. Di Han had never participated in the martial meet before. If not for Tang Tian attracting attention, no one would have noticed that Di Han had quietly signed up to participate in the preliminary competition. Di Han suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with a bright light, like the flash of a blade in the darkness. Tang Tian's heart suddenly raised a trace of danger. Without thinking, Tang Tian stepped out horizontally. The thin blade floating in the air was like a block of ice. It suddenly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a pool of water. The pool of water quickly divided into 5 parts and once again condensed into 5 translucent water droplets. The water droplets continued to stretch, forming 5 translucent water needles, floating in front of Di Han. Courting death. Dangerous person. Probably not. Father Han remained calm. Bing Ning is very far away from us. She is on the viewing platform over there. Old man, if we do this, Bingning won't find out, right? Mother Han whispered. Mang Yu laughed bitterly. What Andrew Guild's #1 expert? I don't see anything different. Why would Miss Chia like him? The blade was only 3 inches long. Its shape was similar to a lancet, but it was extremely thin and looked translucent. Could it be that my opponent today is someone extraordinary? Tang Tian scratched his head. That's true. Lu and nodded his head and laughed. Even you, Andrew Guild's #1 expert, is here. How can the others not be here? The 5 water needles, floating in front of him, disappeared at the same time. The sharp whistling sound pierced the eardrums. Just 2 dodges made Tang Tian realize the danger of the opponent. Every name made Mang Yu's heart jump. Contrary to his bad character, his talent was outstanding, especially in the water element martial techniques. He was once seen as a water element genius that was not inferior to Han Bingning. It can't be. Tang Tian can only be considered a dark horse. Why are there so many people? Lu En could not help but complain. His clean white shoes were filled with footprints. Ding! The invisible true power thread trembled lightly in the air. A spark blossomed from Tang Tian's gloves. The clear and crisp sound of the collision resonated throughout the entire arena. Di Han's battle experience was plentiful. Although he was not proficient in fighting openly, he was still filled with confidence. Out of all the experts, some had cold expressions, some had arrogant expressions, some had calm expressions, some were curious, some looked around, but without exception, they were the focus of the entire arena. The spectators who were there to watch the show were all extremely excited. Such a grand occasion. When had it ever appeared before? Tang Tian stared at Di Han. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Di Han's martial techniques were truly unfathomable. When Tang Tian stepped into the arena, the originally bustling spectator stands became quiet for a short period of time. Everyone looked curiously at Tang Tian, who was entering the arena. Tang Tian, who had just entered the arena, jumped in shock from the sudden commotion. He raised his head to look and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The spectator stands were densely packed with people, and Tang Tian's opponent. Calm down. Father Han immediately signaled his wife to relax. Look, Bingning is also here. That means she cares about Tang Tian a lot. Don't worry. No matter what, we will not let her take the wrong path. Ever since Chia Shanghai graduated, Andrew Academy had plummeted. It had been declining for the past few years, and was about to drop out of the top 10. Everyone in Andrew Academy, faced with this roller coaster of changes, were at a loss. It was as though they had lost their spiritual pillar, and their hearts were empty. Di Han's eyes seemed to have a flash of light. Tang Tian's eyes constricted. He suddenly stomped on the ground and flew backwards. In this world, there would always be extraordinary geniuses. Even in Star Wind City, where there were many famous schools, there would always be geniuses who had never gone to school before. Di Han was one of the most outstanding geniuses. Di Han was born in poverty, and his temperament was eccentric and ruthless. He hated the life in the academy, and his martial techniques were all self-taught. The competition began. He had always been alone, and usually hunted monsters for a living. What made him even more fearful was that he was once an assassin. What he was most proficient in was ambushing in the rain. Until now, he had never failed. Di Han in the rain was like an unstoppable killing god. His nickname, Rain Man, came from this. He felt that the opponent was shrouded in darkness, and he could not see him clearly. Don't worry. Our family's Bingning is not that kind of snobbish person. Even if Tang Tian does not get a good ranking, Bingning will not despise him. Father Han quickly comforted. He did not say a word. Like a wooden man, he stood in front of Tang Tian, waiting for the referee to enter the arena. Lu En's eyes flashed a trace of reverence. Rain Man Di Han. Mang Yu said in a deep voice, It really is him. I never thought that he would really come to participate in the martial meet, and not just someone with the same name. Tang Tian, don't drop the ball. Mother Han clenched her fists. She was a little nervous. I heard that Tang Tian's opponent is very powerful. A ray of cold aura brushed past Tang Tian and swept past. Look at that. Lu En looked as if he had discovered a new continent. He counted with his fingers. Night Forest Academy's #1 expert, Star Wind Academy's #4 Zhao Wei, Great Light Academy's boss, Star Wind Academy's #9 Shuiyong, God Might Academy's boss, Star Wind Academy's #7 Zhou Kai. What martial technique was that? He is not an ordinary person. He trained in fundamental martial techniques for 5 years. How can he be an ordinary person? Chapter 36. Who would have thought that Tang Tian had actually trained flash fist technique to a 100% perfect state? These water threads were as thin as hair, but they were as sharp and tough as the strings of a zither. If an enemy were to bump into them, they would be instantly dismembered. Di Han had used it before to ambush and kill many experts who were of a higher level than him. It was a pity that it was not a rainy day. Tang Tian's reaction was not slow either. The 12 fists formed a wall of fists, like an iron wall. The water needles could not move it at all. The area covered by the wall of fists was huge, and Tang Tian seemed to never know fatigue. After 10 rounds, he did not show any signs of fatigue. Di Han was a tough nut to crack. It was still the flash fist technique. In the arena, Di Han looked at Tang Tian, who was at a loss, and sighed in his heart. He did not expect to meet such a strong opponent right from the start. It seemed like he had to think of another way. Tang Tian was a little fearful. The opponent's methods were endless and varied. It was unimaginable. It was the first time Tang Tian had met such an opponent. If it was a real ambush, Di Han could make use of the terrain, the environment, etc., to think of all sorts of methods. But to fight openly to meet such a beast-level opponent, his luck was really bad. The spectators were surprised, but after thinking about it, Tang Tian's response was not considered clever, but it was rather practical. Many people would make such a choice. The higher the rank of a martial technique, there would be a qualitative difference in power. This point would be even more obvious as the rank of the martial technique increased. Tang Tian's initial reaction was not different from what Di Han had predicted. Shady. There must be shady. Wang Zhan's expression congealed. In the future, you must not be enemies with Di Han. This person is dangerous. But Tang Tian did not hesitate to stop, and gave up the opportunity to counterattack, which made Di Han surprised. In the blink of an eye, 5 water threads, as thin as hair, crisscrossed, forming a perfect killing net. Tang Tian was stunned. Up until now, the opponent obviously had the upper hand. He was in such a difficult situation. Why did he admit defeat? The quality of one's body would affect one's true power and martial techniques. That's right. I feel that Di Han is much stronger than Tang Tian. Why would he admit defeat? However, it was the word fast that made Di Han feel a strong pressure. 12 punches in 1 second. There was actually such a person in this world. His contraction just now was intentional. From this, it could be seen that his understanding of qi was superior. He purposely pulled back to give Tang Tian a chance to attack. Di Han was well versed in the psychology of battle. Logically speaking, an average person who had been suppressed for so long would definitely not hesitate to pounce out once they had the chance to counterattack. Suppressed anger would often cause people to lower their vigilance towards danger. What the hell? Why did you admit defeat? This kind of influence was everywhere, but it wasn't that obvious. It wasn't that people didn't know about it, but compared to investing more time, most people would choose a more cost-effective and effective method. What a troublesome opponent. Tang Tian's expression changed. If he bumped into it, he would be finished. I don't understand. Is Tang Tian that powerful? Mingguang muttered. When Tang Tian used his flash fist to create a wall of fist shadows, Wang Zhen was not the only one who had a solemn expression. Famous experts, which one of them did not have sharp eyes. Although only fundamental martial techniques and rank 2 martial techniques emphasized on the technique of using the muscles, and although the higher the rank of martial techniques, the more emphasis was placed on the technique of using true power, but the body would always be the foundation of all martial techniques and was the source of true power. Di Han controlled the 5 water needles, continuously flying and circling, like a group of eagles circling in the sky. As long as Tang Tian revealed a slight flaw, they would suddenly disappear in the sky. Even Meng Yu and the rest who witnessed this scene had a slight change in their expressions. Such a strange martial technique was simply impossible to defend against. Such a strong, explosive force. Tang Tian, who had just leapt out, suddenly felt a strong sense of danger, and his legs suddenly stopped. Di Han's heart jumped. How did he find out? Everyone was curious. Tang Tian's legs were strong and powerful, his close to perfect physique. At this moment, the strong, explosive force made Tang Tian look like an alert cheetah, his speed astonishing. Di Han wants to win, but it is already impossible. Mingguang was stunned. Why didn't I see that? Di Han's methods are definitely not limited to this. But such a solid foundation. No, it was a perfect foundation. How would Tang Tian deal with it? Wang Zhen trained his flash fist to 87% and then stopped training. It was not that he could not improve, but every bit of improvement required too much time. Rather than using this time to train in the flash fist, the actual effect was far better to train in rank 3 martial techniques, and his strength would improve much faster. Dang, 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 dang. Di Han squinted his eyes, his fingers lightly trembled, and the 5 water needles quietly returned to his side. No matter if it was Di Han or Tang Tian, they were both like mysteries. When these 2 enigmatic characters met, naturally it would attract people's attention. A perfect flash fist, what would it be like? After a moment of silence, suddenly a wave of noise exploded. Such a strange martial technique. He started to be cautious. It was their first time seeing it. Tang Tian squinted his eyes and looked around. It brought them a huge shock. It turned out that a person with a solid foundation, just with the strength of his arms and muscles, could reach a terrifying frequency of 12 punches per second. If on top of this foundation, adding true power, then how many punches could Tang Tian's fists release? Di Han had a headache. It was his first time meeting such a person. His strength was valiant, all aspects were balanced. There was no obvious weakness, his foundation was a complete mess. Forget about that, he actually had the intuition of a wild beast, it was too scary. Tang Tian retreated like lightning. Both fists were released at an astonishing frequency. Continuously alternating, the air in front of him was filled with dense fist shadows like a wall. Dangerous. Mingguang disagreed. What danger? He doesn't even have the desire to win. Such a person. What's the use? Damn it. Without any hesitation, his right leg fiercely stomped on the ground, his body crouching low as he leapt out. Although the water lines were thin and transparent, it was hard to find them in the air. But when Tang Tian stopped and searched carefully, he quickly discovered their existence. He is an assassin, Wang Zhen said indifferently. For an assassin to fight based on personal feelings, that is the most stupid thing to do. For Di Han to want to win, it is already impossible. Di Han also saw this point. I guess he did not want to expose all his methods. When things are not going well, he did not hesitate to retreat without any reluctance. This kind of assassin is extremely dangerous. But this time, Tang Tian did not go berserk. It meant that Tang Tian had already trained the flash fist technique to the perfect realm. Wang Zhen knew how difficult it was. When the flash fist technique was trained to 85% and above, every little bit of improvement, the amount of sweat and time needed, would multiply. Only Wang Zhen was excited, his eyes shining brightly. 100% perfect flash fist technique. 100%. Mingguang was dumbstruck by the unforeseen event. He could not help but ask, is Di Han's brain fried? Why would he surrender? Once this thought came out, It was like a poisonous thorn that took root in their hearts, unable to be removed. The spectators were also stunned by the sudden change of events. Suddenly, Dihan raised his hand. "I admit defeat." Fist shadow wall. Tang Tian's face was cautious. He slowly approached. He stared at his opponent. As long as he got closer, he would give his opponent a ruthless blow. Too scary. Dihan's battle experience was very rich. He had fought and killed many enemies, but he hated this kind of enemy the most. 5 sparks flew. The water needles hit the fist wall and were immediately repelled. The black metal gloves on Tang Tian's hands had an outstanding defense. The water needles hit the gloves. They did not even leave a mark. Tang Tian's fist, when it disappeared, there was no sound. When it drilled out, there was no sign. But once the fist drilled out, there was a low sound, as if it would suddenly explode. Rain string. Such a treacherous fellow. Dihan's moves were not ordinary. Many people put themselves in Dihan's shoes, and very quickly came to a conclusion. If they were to encounter such a strange martial technique, it would be quite troublesome. No tricks, it meant absolute strength. It meant upright strength. This kind of strength may not be flexible, but it was obviously more frightening and difficult to deal with. Wang Zhen, in a split second, calculated the data of Tang Tian's punches. His face became serious. Such a shocking frequency. He could not do it. This was also why this match would attract so many experts. Dihan had been famous for a long time, but he had always been alone. No one knew how strong he was. Sima Xiangshan, Han Bingning, and Wang Zhen, these 3 big shots, thought highly of Tang Tian. How strong he was. This battle was no doubt the best test. Wang Zhen's eyes widened. He could not take his eyes off. He was famous for his flash fist. He had a special feeling for flash fist. When he first saw Tang Tian's flash fist, although Tang Tian was in a berserk state, Wang Zhen was still very surprised. The opponent used a rank 2 flash fist to break his rain string. There was nothing ingenious about the technique. There was only one word: fast. Rain string. S own power was negligible. Once the opponent's speed decreased, its power would be close to 0. The aura of a battle would always increase and decrease. Dihan's contraction almost immediately made Tang Tian feel an opportunity to attack. Dihan's expression, for the first time, changed. Without using true power, just relying on the muscles of his arms, to be able to reach such a shocking frequency, his foundation was too solid. Admit defeat. Dihan's eyes lit up, his 5 fingers trembled. The shapeless, true power threads quietly glided in the air. When the 5 water needles disappeared in the air, the spectators cried out in surprise. The 5 water needles quietly melted. They followed the true power threads, quietly spreading. This is where Dihan is powerful. You did not see it. Tang Tian did not see it, but he was able to accurately predict his own situation. His decision was decisive, without a trace of sloppiness. Be it at the start or admit defeat now, he still holds the initiative. Wang Zhen's words were filled with admiration. If it was not a competition, but a life and death battle, the result would be hard to say. Chapter 37. After 2 rounds of competition, the main competition would be held a week later. The 2 of them had a week of rest. What a distant and exciting name. The second level meridian that had been completely connected impressively appeared in the shape of another crane. Boom, boom, boom. With every explosion, Tang Tian's body trembled. The old man walked down the stairs, his expression firm and calm. When it was over, the second tier Dantian pool's capacity had increased by more than 5 times. Ka. The crystallization did not stop there. It continued to overflow and grow. But at this time, no matter how Tang Tian urged, more and more true power was flowing downwards. He muttered to himself, the second crane body, the second stage of the crane body energy. Someone actually managed to cultivate the second stage of the crane body energy. The wooden door opened by itself. Even Big Boss Wang Zhen could not stop praising the flash fist. But Tang Tian had suddenly become the #1 flash fist practitioner in Star Wind City. It looked like the crane that was drawn out by the true power was rather young. Like a small crane, its wings not fully developed yet. Compared to the third tier Dantian pool, the second tier Dantian pool was much smaller. True inheritance. My crane sex true disciple. The crane's body strength transformation was invincible. Elder, he raised his palm, and all the voices immediately disappeared. However, everyone's faces were flushed with excitement. Tang Tian had spent the most time on Minute Collapsing Fist. He was already extremely close to successfully cultivating Great Avalanche. If the third level true power flowed into the second level Dantian pool, what would happen? The two white-robed disciples guarding the entrance of the valley were both stunned when they saw the old man. Could it be that some powerhouse wanted to invade Heavenly Crane Constellation? Tang Tian came back to his senses in a daze. When his mind returned to his meridians, he was immediately dumbfounded. Second stage crane body energy. Tang Tian suddenly reacted. Didn't this mean that his true power was much bigger than before? Was this also the crane body? 3 days ago, I suddenly sensed that someone had mastered the second stage of the crane body energy. This was a match that most people were baffled by. Impossible. After a while, the two disciples regained their senses and bowed in excitement. Elder He, why you're out of seclusion. The energy continued to flow into his body, and through the meridians, it was refined into true power. Threads of true power continued to flow into the newly expanded second-tier Dantian pool. Very quickly, the second-tier Dantian pool was filled with true power, and the following scene made Tang Tian dumbstruck. The energy behind the cross door was extremely dense. The crane-style Qi manual was an authentic ancient mental cultivation method. Its efficiency was much higher than the mental cultivation methods that were circulating in the market, especially after Tang Tian cultivated the crane body. The efficiency of the crane-style Qi manual refining true power suddenly increased by multiple folds. After a while, the calm sea of clouds seemed to suddenly boil. White cranes soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and flying in all directions. On the back of every white crane sat an anxious-looking white-robed crane, sect disciple. There was no doubt about this. But the problem now was that no one could fully understand the extent of Tang Tian's strength. But it was only limited to that. In just a quarter of an hour, the second-tier meridians were all connected. Even the most remote corners of the meridians were all activated by true power. The two of them did not dare to ask any more questions, and immediately responded, "Yes." The sun shone on his body, and it was warm. The smell of the grass in the valley made him slightly dazed. His eyes became calm again. He took a step and followed the small path in the valley, and walked towards the entrance of the valley. The crane elder who had been in closed-door cultivation for 10 years suddenly came out. The entire crane sect seemed to have found their backbone. But the moment the crane elder came out, he used the white crane token to gather them for a discussion. Something big must have happened. But now there was someone who had mastered the second stage of the crane body energy. The second stage of the crane body energy was a higher level of the crane body energy and required 2 crane bodies. But the legendary crane body was something they had not seen for a whole 900 years. At the top of the crane hall, the crane elder sat cross-legged. Below him, the elders were all nervous and excited. 8 steps overtaking cicada, broken shadow palm, consecutive joint technique, minute collapsing fist, and eagle claw technique were all trained to a certain level. All the elders' expressions froze on their faces in an instant. Up till now, Tang Tian had only used the 2 rank 2 martial techniques, the flash fist and the aerial stake steps. The things that he had displayed were rather limited. Everyone's understanding of him consisted of 2 aspects. One was that his foundation was very solid to the point of being abnormal. The other was his flash fist, the perfect flash fist. Tang Tian sat cross-legged, and the surrounding energy continuously flowed into his body and transformed into true power. The current capacity of the third-level Dantian pool in his body was double of what it was when he first stepped into the third level. Old Fart Wei's face was full of joy and was laughed at by the other two. The third-level true power in these lower-level meridians was invincible and did not meet with any obstacles. He took a step forward and slowly walked out of the wooden house. The two disciples were shocked. The white crane token was the most urgent order of the crane sect. Unless it was a matter of life and death, it could not be used. Until the judge announced his victory, he was still in a daze. When he regained his senses and wanted to ask Dihan why he admitted defeat, Dihan had already walked far away, and only his back could be seen. Not knowing why, Tang Tian felt that there was something wrong with Dihan, and that something was not right. In the depths of the crane peak, in a simple and unadorned wooden house, an old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in his muddy eyes, a dazzling light aura suddenly burst out. Heavenly Crane Constellation. In the meridians, the crane was vivid and lifelike. The entire process lasted for an entire hour. In the past, the second-level Dantian pool was only 1/10 of the third-level Dantian pool, but now it was half the size of the third-level Dantian pool. Tang Tian's mind was blank. The third-level Dantian pool could hold the third-level true power, and the second-level Dantian pool could hold the second-level true power. This was common knowledge. All the elders were excited, and the crowd below exploded. This news was too shocking to them, and it was beyond their imagination. Second stage of the crane body energy. Tang Tian felt that this victory came in a blur. But today he did not continue to train the great avalanche behind the cross-light door, but sat cross-legged and continuously activated the crane-style Qi manual. Today he suddenly felt that the true power in his body was not right. Every generation of crane sect disciples would try to restore the crane body energy, but none succeeded. Finishing, they flew to the rooftop. On the rooftop, there were a few exceptionally handsome white cranes. The two of them flipped onto the cranes, and the clear cry of the cranes reverberated throughout the valley. The two cranes spread their wings and disappeared into the vast sea of clouds. Tang Tian was shocked. The circulation of true power had always been from the bottom to the top, commonly known as the stairway to heaven. Tang Tian had never heard of it before. True power could flow backwards from the top to the bottom, and Dihan's display of strength made everyone who did not understand him shocked. Correspondingly, Tang Tian's strength was quickly recognized by everyone, especially after the competition, the evaluation of the elders, which spread from various channels. Gradually, the second-tier Dantian pool became full again. Tang Tian was about to end this strange training when the true power in the second-tier Dantian pool began to flow recklessly along the meridians. Not good. The true power finally calmed down. The increase of true power depended on grinding, and it grew bit by bit. Tang Tian had never seen such a sudden increase before. He began to actively activate the crane-style Qi manual, and a faint and clear cry of a crane sounded in his ears, and the true power started to move according to his will. The peaceful heavenly crane constellation was immediately filled with a tense atmosphere. In comparison, Dihan's strength, calmness, decisiveness made many people start to reevaluate this eccentric genius. The strange silence lasted for about 10 seconds before the crowd exploded. Tang Tian was very strong. 3 days later, after 2 rounds of preliminaries, the two of them entered the main competition. Looking at the excitement of the younger generation, Elder Crane sighed in his heart. The Crane sect had been passed down for so long, but they had lost their true inheritance, and the Crane sect had been declining because of this. And the most crucial crane body energy was the core of the Crane sect, and it had been missing for a whole 900 years. The third level of true power started to freeze, and along the walls of the pool. It quickly crystallized and grew. In the blink of an eye, the second-tier Dantian pool's walls had doubled. Compared to Tang Tian's inexplicable victory, Amari's victory was indisputable. His strength surpassed his opponent by too much, and he only used 3 blades to defeat his opponent. In the previous round, the opponent was too weak, and Tang Tian easily won. In this round, Di Han had the strength to force Tang Tian to display more of his strength, but for some reason, Di Han suddenly admitted defeat. Tang Tian looked like he was convulsing, and his body was shaking like a sieve. In the Grand Crane Palace, disciples and elders were gathered, and everyone had a solemn expression. The huge Crane Palace was silent, and the atmosphere was tense. But the most important thing was Tang Tian won. Elder Crane opened his eyes, and his gaze swept across the elders of the Crane sect, and said slowly, "The true power flowed along the crane-shaped meridians and continuously seeped into the remote meridians." Tang Tian had trained in the crane-style Qi manual for a period of time, and with his relentless training and the dense energy behind the cross door, the third-tier Dantian pool's meridians were connected to almost every corner with true power. Tang Tian's brain was exploding, and he was unable to respond. The third-level true power entered the second-tier meridians, like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, and suddenly a series of explosions, like a hot knife cutting through butter. But all of this came from his intuition, and with his brain it was impossible to understand such a complicated matter. Following the continuous strengthening of Tang Tian's crane body, the crane-style Qi manual became stronger, and his meditation time was shortened to half an hour, and he could recover his strength. This caused his training speed to increase greatly. The true power continued to circulate, and layers of true power surged, as if the little crane was flapping its wings, and an indescribable numb feeling flowed through the meridians. Bang! Tang Tian felt as if something had suddenly cleared up, and the true power in the third-tier Dantian pool was overflowing, and actually flowed towards the second-tier Dantian pool, past the White Crane Order, all elders and above, to the Crane Palace for a discussion. The elders said indifferently. With that thought, Tang Tian was ecstatic. He stood up suddenly, and his clothes fluttered without any wind, and his aura was astonishing. Chapter 38. The important task of reviving the Crane sect has been handed to you, so this thing is also the time to hand it over to you. No one was able to associate this simple and unadorned sword with a gold star treasure. My senses are very vague, and I am unable to pinpoint the area. In the vast sea of people, the chances are slim. Maybe in 10 years, maybe in my entire life, I will not get anything. Leaving the quiet and peaceful heavenly crane constellation, entering the dangerous heavens road, I can lose my life at any time. This task is dangerous, arduous, uncertain, and unknown. Who is willing to go? Elder Crane's face surfaced a look of pride. His tone was as firm as steel. A ray of flowing light, it entered Crane's palm. Yes. Crane bowed slightly. I know, it is not easy for everyone. Our Crane sect has been passed down to this day, honestly speaking, not to mention the glory when it was first established. Even continuing on is not easy. Everyone is under a lot of pressure. If not for our internal unity, heavenly Crane constellation would have long changed hands. We have a long history with a glorious past, but now that we are in such a decline, talking about the past will only invite ridicule. If this goes on, no one knows how long the Crane sect can last. In the silent Crane Hall, the great clan elder sighed, directly striking at everyone's heart. The highest grade Saint treasures could be counted with one's fingers. Leo constellation's raging Lionheart sword, Sagittarius constellation's heavenly bow, were all Saint treasures. Only the biggest constellations could produce Saint treasures. As though sensing Crane's thoughts, suddenly the Crane word on the sword sheath lit up with a dazzling light aura. The word flowed like molten iron, and under Crane's shocked gaze, it slowly floated up from the sword sheath. Elder Crane could not help but reveal a smile. Crane was perfect in all aspects. The only thing that made Elder Crane uncomfortable was that he was too mature. Crane's maturity far exceeded his age, as though no matter what happened, nothing could surprise him. His white robes were as white as snow, without a speck of dust, his silver hair cascading down his shoulders. Crane immediately opened up his palm, revealing a crane-shaped imprint on his palm. Upon thinking about searching for an unknown target and obtaining the inheritance from the other party, such a matter sounded like a joke, an impossible joke. But I can see the light of our Crane sect's revival. Elder Crane's turbid eyes shone with an indescribable light aura. If others knew that the heavenly Crane constellation had a gold treasure, when you were born, your father named you Crane, hoping that you could revitalize the Crane sect. I never thought that the heavy responsibility of the Crane sect would fall on your shoulders today. Old Crane sighed. Furthermore, Father, Crane bowed slightly and calmly replied, Mother has already agreed. A hint of gratification flashed through Old Crane's eyes. Crane's heart shivered. Suddenly, a calm and steady voice resounded in the hall. Without thinking, Crane knew that to the Crane sect it would be a calamity. Crane was slightly embarrassed, but quickly regained his composure. A tall man stepped out of the ranks. His body was as straight as a spear, and he was exceptionally eye-catching in the main hall. His face was as gentle as jade, and his expression was calm. His bright black eyes were as deep as the night sky. He opened the wooden box, and a plain ancient sword appeared in front of him. My name is Crane. This sword is also called Crane. Are we destined to meet? Crane looked at Elder Crane in a daze. He never thought that his sect would have such a secret. From today onwards, it and the future of the Crane sect will be in your hands, Crane. Everyone looked at each other. They initially thought that Elder Crane's senses would at least have a rough range, but who knew that he did not even have a range? Many people think that the Heavenly Crane constellation's peak star treasure is the silver-ranked Heavenly Crane armor. Old Crane's gaze became deep. Crane was stunned when he heard that. This was the first time his expression changed since he entered the house. That's good. Elder Crane nodded. Looking at the similar face of the Crane in front of him, another figure appeared in his mind. When I look at you, I think of your father. I watched him grow up. You are even more outstanding than your father. Your father's spirit in heaven will definitely be gratified. There was not a single pattern on the sword's body, and it was dim. On the scabbard, there was only an ancient seal, Crane. No one spoke. Is there anyone else who is willing? Elder Crane looked around. Disappointment flashed in Elder Crane's eyes. Crane opened the wooden box in a daze. Many of Elder Crane's words had impacted him greatly. The shocking secret of the Crane sect stunned him. He did not expect that the Crane sect that he grew up in would have such a huge secret. A gold-ranked star treasure. Crane's face was calm. Mother loved Father deeply. She is very happy that I can inherit Father's dying wish. Was he going to search the entire world for it? Crane's mountain-like body trembled, and his face was filled with disbelief. Haha, even Crane is shocked. That's rare. Elder Crane laughed. Crane bowed slightly. Don't worry. Elder Crane's face was solemn. He stood up and walked to a corner. He picked up a dusty wooden box and returned to his seat. If this news were to spread, it would immediately cause a bloodbath. The experts would not even bother to touch the silver-ranked Heavenly Crane armor. But the gold-ranked star treasure was something that even the legendary figures would not be able to maintain their composure. Iron, bronze, silver, gold, Saint Treasures. Elder Crane gently placed the wooden box in front of Crane. The reason why the Crane sect was able to maintain the rule of the Heavenly Crane constellation was because the big powerhouses looked down on the Heavenly Crane constellation. They thought that the Heavenly Crane constellation was just a barren place. If they only knew that the Heavenly Crane constellation had a gold-ranked treasure, then many people's eyes were filled with fear. The Heavenly Crane constellation was peaceful and quiet. There were no disputes. It was like a paradise. Although there was no wealth, there was no danger. Although everyone longed for the glory of the past, they were already used to the comfort of the present. Every constellation did not only have one star treasure. All these star treasures were nurtured by the constellation for billions of years. Star treasures that were born from the same constellation would be seen as a series. These star treasures would usually have some common characteristics, but different star treasures would have a huge difference in power. Thus, people classified these star treasures into different grades. The great clan elder's expression was solemn. His gaze suddenly became sharp. He slowly swept his gaze across everyone and said, Elder Crane's low and hoarse voice resonated in the hall. Elder Crane's turbid eyes did not show any joy or anger. He nodded his head. Then let's do it. Crane's slender fingers caressed the crane word on the sword sheath. Tang Tian's Aquarius Marshall cabinet was only a black iron treasure, a beginner-grade treasure. This sword was the first star treasure that Crane's spiritual master subdued when he entered the Heavenly Crane constellation. It was also Crane's spiritual master's sword. Crane's spiritual master's strength was extraordinary. This sword had only been unsheathed 3 times in his life. Almost no one knew about it. Even the disciples around him knew about it. Crane's spiritual master seemed to have foreseen the decline of the Crane sect. To prevent people from coveting it, this sword had never appeared after Crane's spiritual master passed away. Every generation, there would be a disciple who would be chosen to be the guardian of the sword. I am this generation's guardian disciple. The Crane body was the most important part of the true inheritance that our Crane sect had lost. But now it has appeared again. To us, this is an opportunity. This might be our last chance. If we are unable to let the true inheritance return to the Crane sect, our Crane sect will be annihilated in another 10 years. So, I need someone to bring back the Crane sect's true inheritance that has been lost for 900 years. In the dark room, the oil lamp that was as big as a bean would occasionally crackle. Actually, in my heart, you are the best choice. But I did not expect, sigh. Elder Crane sighed. His gaze once again focused on the young man. You are the most outstanding disciple in the 3rd generation. With your talent, staying in the Crane sect, honestly speaking, would be a waste. If you had your achievements today, would not stop there. The Crane sect has dragged you down. Your mother is very disappointed in the Crane sect. Actually, I am very disappointed too. You are overpraising me. Crane's expression did not change. He sat upright as usual. In other words, the highest grade of star treasures signified the potential value of the constellation. Disciple Crane is willing to go. Gold rank treasures were powerful treasures that were second only to saint treasures. Every single one of them was a powerful existence that martial artists yearned for. Every single gold rank treasure could not be circulated in the market. Only the top-grade constellations could produce gold rank treasures. This sword, I was originally prepared to give it to your father. He was the most passionate and hopeful young man I have ever met. I always thought that the future of the Crane sect was in his hands. I did not expect that fate would make a fool out of you. After he passed away, you inherited his wishes. Maybe this is fate. Elder Crane looked at the young man sitting upright. Crane's expression was so calm that it did not match his age. Elder Crane sighed and broke the silence. Is there no problem with your mother? Elder Crane stopped laughing. His expression became solemn again. The silver rank Heavenly Crane clothing has always been seen as the inheritance of the Crane sect. It is the highest grade treasure of the Heavenly Crane constellation. The Heavenly Crane constellation is seen as a small constellation. This is also an important reason. But very few people know that the strongest star treasure of the Heavenly Crane constellation is not the silver rank Heavenly Crane clothing, but the gold rank Crane sword. Yes, it was not easy for them in the past. Your mother is worthy of respect. Elder Crane thought about the past. He quickly regained his senses and laughed at himself. When one is old, it is easy to recall the past. Your strength, compared to all the elders, is more outstanding. I am not worried, but you are still young and do not have the experience to travel far. That is my only worry. I have roamed outside in the past. The dangers of Heaven's road are everywhere. You must remember, sometimes wisdom is more useful than fists. No one spoke. All of the elders lowered their heads. Some of them shrunk back into the crowd, afraid of being called out by Elder Crane. Elder Crane's gaze was fixated on Crane's young face. Chapter 39. Tang Tian bellowed. His face was filled with rage as he looked around for Di Han's figure. It was Tang Tian's first time participating in such a battle, but he did not have any fear in his heart. Instead, he was extremely calm, quietly wearing the black metal gloves. He was like a leopard cat, quietly approaching, waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Tang Tian did not rush out hastily. He squinted his eyes, bent his waist, and quietly pushed aside the bamboo leaves. Suddenly, the sound of swords clashing came out from the front. Han Bingning looked at it word by word. That day when Tang Tian was fighting with the ink-black Iron Rhino, he went into bedevilment, which left a deep impression on her. Nan Nan's mother's face was pale white. Her body swayed as she muttered to herself, "Onyx Soul's people! Onyx Soul, Onyx Soul!" Southern Cross Constellation Hardship Plate. There are two types of people who are easily bedeviled. One is special blood meridians, and the other is dark martial artists. Martial artists with special blood meridians, when encountering extreme situations, the power hidden deep within their blood meridians will awaken and trigger the bedevilment state. Killers, assassins, and other dark martial artists, usually killing and accumulating too many negative emotions, will also easily be bedeviled. With a wrong step, a biting cold blade aura brushed past his body dangerously and left a hole on his clothes. Crane carefully tied the sword to the silver silk belt on his waist and smoothed out the creases on his clothes, making it spotless. His face became calm again. He bowed respectfully to Elder Crane and then resolutely turned and left. Tang Tian flew through the sea of bamboo, his legs tapping lightly on the bamboo branches from time to time. Borrowing the elasticity of the bamboo branches, he continued to move forward. His movements were not beautiful, but his speed was extremely fast, and every step was precise. If he met any bamboo leaf bees along the way, he would use the broken shadow palm to shoot them down. The chances of ordinary people triggering bedevilment was very small. "I'm fine." Tang Tian shook his head. Nan Nan's mother was like an arrow at the end of its flight. She could only hold on with one breath and did not retreat. Nan Nan shrunk into a corner, her face filled with fear, but she did not dare to cry, as she was afraid of distracting her mother. Bedevilment is a special state that occurs when a person's negative emotions erupt under extreme circumstances. A demonized person's strength would greatly increase. Their instincts would control their body. Killing, violence, and other negative emotions would dominate. "What's going on?" Tang Tian regained his strength, crawled up, and went over. The black-clothed man let out a blood-curdling scream. Tang Tian's mind was completely blank. Almost subconsciously, he didn't even take a breath. His fists were like a storm, bombarding the black-clothed man's body. At this moment, Tang Tian's legs suddenly exerted force, and his entire body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. A dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the air and slammed into the man in black's waist. Nanan's mother came back to her senses. She forced a smile at Tang Tian and said, "I really have to thank you this time. It's just that I've gotten you into trouble." Little Darling's mother's sword force became slower and weaker. The snowflakes scattered by the opponent's dual sabers became denser and denser, and the chill was bone-piercing. The surroundings were silent. The shadows of the bamboos danced in the wind, but there was no response. "Dang!" Nanan's mother was shocked. It could only be someone with a special bloodline. That was Nanan's house. These people were actually here for the Southern Cross constellation bronze plate. Tang Tian was a little worried. He moved his feet, turned his body, and advanced towards the depths of the sea of bamboos. He knew where Nanan's house was. He decided to go take a look. Nanan's mother carried her sword and walked to the black-clothed man who was killed by Tang Tian. She used her sword to pry open the black-clothed man's mask, revealing an ordinary face. The black-clothed man was no longer breathing. The place where Tang Tian struck had a wound that looked like it was cut by a sharp sword. In a moment of desperation, Tang Tian did not hesitate to use the crane body energy technique. Nanan's mother struggled to get up. She took out a bamboo tube from her waist. A green bee the size of a finger flew out. The green bee buzzed around the surroundings. Nanan's mother heaved a sigh of relief. He's gone. Jade green swamp, sea of bamboos. Nanan's mother saw Tang Tian. Her face, that was filled with despair, suddenly lit up. The steel sword in her hand did not retreat. But today, she did not do it to pass time. Nanan's mother did not understand. Their target seems to be Nanan. Tang Tian did not dare to be careless. This kind of terrain, to Dihan's fighting style, was a natural hunting ground. Old Crane's gaze was deep and wise. His wrinkled face had a warm smile. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Her gaze was attracted to the ancient book in her hand. Could it be that Tang Tian had some special blood meridians? The sword and the blade clashed. The steel sword shattered. Is it very powerful? Tang Tian saw that Nanan's mother's expression was not right. He quickly interrupted her. Han Bingning stood rooted to the ground. The white-clothed young man held onto his sword and walked down the winding mountain path. His steps were calm and elegant. The mountain breeze blew his silver hair. His gentle face was calm and determined. Tang Tian was a person that was full of coincidences. But as time passed, Han Bingning had a feeling that these coincidences were not coincidences. You killed the Onyx Soul's men. They will definitely not let this go. You must be careful. Nanan's mother looked at Tang Tian worriedly. Her tone was firm. I will bring Nan away from here tonight. We will go to my brother's place. Onyx Soul. It was the first time Tang Tian heard of this name. At this time, Nan finally burst into tears. Tang Tian, who was shuttling through the sea of bamboos, suddenly stopped. He looked at the time. Why wasn't Nan here yet? A few days ago, Tang Tian discovered that the second crane did not listen to his commands. No matter how much Tang Tian urged it, it did not move an inch. The crane-style Chi manual, spirit card, did not have any relevant experience. When he asked Old Fartway was also at a loss. Go! Say goodbye to your mother. You don't understand Onyx Soul. Nanan's mother said bitterly, Onyx Soul is an extremely terrifying and mysterious group. They are cold and emotionless. They are the infamous Dark Hunters in Heaven's Road. They have an unusual obsession with star treasures. Their power is beyond your imagination. They have a lot of experts, which is even more unusual. Onyx Soul has a very long history. When Heaven's Road was just discovered, Onyx Soul was born. They are one of the most ancient groups. He had just experienced this kind of attack a few days ago. Seeing it today, he recognized it immediately. Nanan's mother waved her steel sword and blocked a black-clothed man. The black-clothed man wore a black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. He used dual blades. His blade techniques were strange and cold. The cold blade aura was like ice. The black-clothed man's body was surrounded by fluttering snowflakes. Facing this figure that was as straight as a sword, all words seemed to be weak and powerless. Dihan. Tang Tian's eyes were awe-inspiring. He quietly took out a pair of black metal gloves from the Aquarius Marshall cabinet. In terms of scale, even Crystal Sky could not compare to Northern Yan's library. The principals of Northern Yan were all maniacs. Under the management of generations, they created a library of astonishing scale. Nanan's mother's sword sliced off the outermost layer of the black-clothed man, revealing a bronze plate. On the bronze plate, there was a bright red word, pawn. So powerful, Tang Tian's eyes widened. Slaying lightning bolt. The black-clothed man was shocked. The combination of the dual blades was his trump card. In order to kill the enemy in one strike, he did not hold back. His eyes were filled with shock. Nan had already stopped crying. She moved over. She saw the face of the black-clothed man and exclaimed, "I know him. A few days ago, I saw him asking if he had seen the cross mark." Nan seemed to have seen it on Big Brother's hand before, but Nan was very smart and did not tell him. Did he see through it? But Nan acted very well. The Crane sect disciples looked at him with complicated gazes. Why would they target you guys? Tang Tian was curious. The authority of the library was strictly divided, but Han Bingning had the highest authority. She could browse through any books. There were very few people here. It was very quiet. This was where Han Bingning spent her time. Phew! Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He sat on the floor. He did not feel anything when he was tense. But now that the battle was over, his limbs were sore. But for some reason, Tang Tian, who had just experienced a life-and-death battle, did not feel any fear. Nanan's mother's face changed. She said with a trembling voice, "Onyx Soul!" Broken shadow palm and light body techniques improved quickly in the jaded swamp bamboo sea. Very quickly, a small bamboo house appeared in front. This sword had accompanied you for your entire life. It has a natural sensitivity to the martial arts of the Crane sect. This time, I could sense that someone had mastered the second stage of the Crane body energy. It was all thanks to this sword. Bring it with you. It can help you find the other party. I do not know who the other party is, but I believe in your ability. If even you cannot save the Crane sect, then it is destined to be destroyed. The black-robed man's eyes lit up. He bellowed. The two blades became one. A crescent moon blade aura slashed down. Tang Tian's posture did not look like much, but his speed was very fast. Especially with his long true power, he could fly very far in one breath. He did not need to take a breath in the middle. Dark martial artist? Han Bingning thought about Tang Tian's cheerful look. She shook her head. How could this guy be a dark martial artist? She kept pulling out and putting them back. For the entire morning, she kept repeating the same thing. Be careful. Almost at the same time, Nan exclaimed. It made Tang Tian come back to his senses. Southern Cross constellation. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he tapped lightly on the ground. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the air. The black-robed man was like a sandbag. He flew out and landed on the ground. He did not move. Tang Tian's heart trembled. The cross mark. Normally, Nan would have arrived by now. Why was she not here today? Did she meet with an accident on the way? Tang Tian threw it to the side. But when he was training his light body techniques, Tang Tian realized that his endurance had become more outstanding.